Yeah.
Look at the coast on the bin, kill it!
Yeah.
Taking on gas, grabbing. Give me slow. Am I not? No. She's in that corner right there. Being shot on him.
Welcome one and all to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. Today we've got some absolute titans in the lobby, and of course, the teams looking to play spoiler. I am alongside Glitter Explosion and T Squared. Tom, I'm going to start with you. Let's start with the matchup everybody is going to be talking about, and if they aren't, they will momentarily. That, of course, Esports Arena versus TSM.
Oh yeah, it's so nice to see both these teams playing at such a high level, especially with the team change that we all know that would happen. Very rarely do you see teams thrive after changes like that, and both of these teams are going for that #1 spot. I cannot wait to see how these groups do.
Absolutely. And Glitter, as we take a look at our teams that are I always talk about how, you know, I coined Tom's phrase, scary lobby. This one is downright nightmarish.
Yeah, because honestly, yeah, we're going to be looking and watching for what's going on between TSM and Esports Arena the entire time. But look at the rest of the lobby. I mean, we've got G2 in here. We have 100 Thieves in here. We have Casuals, who had a fantastic play day last time they played. We've got Cloud9. We've got Liquid. We have Fury. I mean, there are so many teams in this lobby right now that could easily have a pop-off day, a pop-off game, and completely take over the potential hype that is kind of around that battle right now between TSM and Esports Arena.
Man, you are absolutely right, and I will say there is no IN team, and I will also say that there are some standout players on all of these rosters. You know, we're looking at the Zach Mazers, the Gildersons. You know, some of these, even the Gildersons being a little bit newer. We got Graceful. We've got some of these people and players, Tom, who have made a name for themselves earlier. Split, of course, that are now coming in and saying, well, we got two, like, I guess, groups of death. Let's see what they're like pitted against each other.
Yeah, there's no IN team gate, but there's a me in that one.
Yeah.
So watch out for these guys because, yes, Lauren touched base on so many great teams. It's going to be a bloodbath today. Arguably the two best groups going head-to-head for the first time. You see the maps. It's going down. Storm Point for the first three, World's Edge for the last three.
You're absolutely right. The Bloodbath has been named on both of those maps. And fun fact, as we know, this Pro League is a double round robin format, which means next time you see these teams together facing off, they'll be switched. We'll start with World's Edge and go to Storm Point after that. So that'll be a fun little way to throw a nice wrench into the system. And it'll be fun to see the players in all of their glory. Speaking of seeing these players, these teams, these titans in our lobby, Well, there's something called Multiview, and if you haven't heard of it, now is the time. Here's what you're going to do. If you're watching on the Twitch ALGS channel, click that command center below the Twitch channel player. It's near the follow button. If you want to follow us, that'd be awesome. You can choose which perspective you want to follow. This is what it looks like. You are a pro viewer. If you are looking to up your game, whether it's ranked, whether it's pubs, whatever, you are going to be able to see and, more importantly, hear the in-game comms from your favorite players, your favorite teams. You are going to see all of the action from the drop to the loot to those final circles, and I cannot think of Glitter. I cannot think of a better game, a better match, a better tournament 6-match series to be using this multiplayer than this one here today. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it.
No, it's absolutely perfect for everything that Apex Legends is as an esport. I mean, like you said, up to 4 POVs, you can hear all the team comms, and we know how many times have we jumped to a TSM, and it's absolute chaos with how when comms. So you can see what you want to see, and this is the only place you can do it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's been a good day here on a Sunday. Well, you may be asking yourself, though, well, Kate, which of these top-tier teams would you want in your multi-view? Which one should you have in your multi-view? Well, don't worry, because these two fabulous analysts, they have you covered with today's Teams to Watch. Thomas, tell me all the things. Tell me who is in your spotlight here today.
Got to start off with TSM. You just have to, because they're just so darn good and consistent. But we know that it's just going to be a matter of time before they really start to showcase what they have on Stormpoint. I love watching Hal go from Ash to Wraith over and over again. Reps, he's been Charge Rifle Charlie over and over throughout these lobbies on Stormpoint. Really what's going on with Verhulst, though, is that I want to see him start to pop off how Verhulst played on Esports Arena. And I think that he's still going to have some growing pains to get used to this, but definitely watch out for TSM.
And obviously, we can't have a one-sided rivalry, right? We have to highlight Esports Arena as well. And Esports Arena, in case you guys missed it, back-to-back first place finishes so far on their play days, whereas TSM is those back-to-back second place finishes. So you know that these two squads are going to be battling it out as we see some of the crazy highlights from the last time we got to play, and they honestly looked insane, Tom.
And a team that you may not have on your radar, we're going with Casuals here as you watch out for iCasual FPS. You know you're darn good when your teammates are down to name your team after you. You love to see it. Hey, they got 5th place in the previous groups. They were in between teams like Liquid and Complexity, so they know what they're doing in terms of putting up points on the board. I believe they got over 50 points in their last group stage. You never would expect that from one of these challenger teams, so watch out for Casuals.
You have heard it here first. The teams have been named. The game is set. But who will claw their way up to the top of our leaderboards at the end of today's 6 matches? Only time will tell. But don't you worry. The action unfolds in just a few minutes. Now, okay, I've been wanting to make this reference all day, well, all week long, really, since we knew that this matchup was coming. It feels a little bit like we've got Godzilla in the form of TSM, established, they know what they're doing. We got Kong in the form of ESA, coming in a little bit newer, a little bit hotter, and certainly a lot of the power is coming from ESA today with those triple-digit numbers. But what are the other Titans to be named? Perhaps one of our talent could be wearing that Titan crown here because, of course, predictions are the name of the game. We are certainly the people who like to throw down, and we have done so today in staggering fashion. T-Squared, I want to start with you, my friend. You've said some great things about TSM, and there certainly are some great things to say. What has you with them today?
So tough to pick with such a stacked lobby, but I'm going with TSM because I finally encrypted what Dan was sending. He sends his messages over to production like Inspector Gadget, and they actually self-destruct after 10 seconds, so you don't really know what he's going to pick. I finally was able to find out he's picking TSM, so I had to get on the Dan Gaskin train.
There it is, absolutely. Glitter, I see you have followed suit. Certainly a great prediction to be had. It's interesting that 3 of you went with TSM and only 1 with ESA.
I'm very surprised that there's only one esports arena pick. However, for me, the reason I went with TSM is because, like I said, when we were talking about them, they've had the back-to-back second place finishes. Esports arena has had the back-to-back first place finishes, but I think TSM wants to knock them off of that pedestal here in this matchup this time around. And they were looking like they were finding a really, really good rhythm last time. So I feel good about TSM.
Well, and for my money, I'm going to give Onset a lot of props here. I certainly was almost going to pick ESA. It seemed like I'm going to say it easy. We would like to think potentially based on their performance, certainly in the last 2 times we've seen them. But I thought, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about those spoilers around here because as you mentioned, well, of course, we've got the ESAs. We got the TSMs, no doubt. But we've also got the Cloud9s. We've got the 100 Thieves. We've got the G2s. A lot of these teams and these players, they're coming into this going, you know, what if we just get TSM and ESA to take themselves out, and then we'll come and play spoiler. We'll see if that happens. So I went for 100 Thieves. They've been pretty consistent. They've been pulling up great numbers, especially in these group formats. So we'll see what happens. And hey, here's the fun part. Even just at the beginning of all of this, gang, we get to see this matchup one more time with our double round robin format at the end of our second split here. So just think about that. It's going to be fun. We haven't even gotten to match 1 yet. I'm already thinking about the second time around. We'll see how that goes at this point. At this point, Tom, we are going to say, it's just me. I'm going to say thank you so much for having me in this breakdown party. But I'm going to give it over to you two fabulous people because the party really begins when match 1 begins, which is just around the corner. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Kate. That was a lovely opening to the show. Tom, things are about to get wild today. And because we're starting off with Stormpoint, I actually think today the Stormpoint games for our 2 rivalry teams that we're going to be talking about a lot here today, TSM and ESA, might be the more important games because things are pretty nailed down when it comes to World's Edge.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The teams that have been a roster for a while are going to continue to do well on World's Edge, but I really like the fact that we're bringing up some of these challenger teams and some of these teams that are going to potentially contest for top 10. Because when we look at this, it's going, split 2 into the playoffs. And how do you get into the playoffs? Well, you have to place inside of that top 10. And there's also a whole other thing that's going on with the overall leaderboard, the accumulative standings. There's going to be relegations. You're going to have to fight through the Challenger Series. So, again, in terms of looking at these top dogs, yes, there is this huge race that's going on with TSM, with Esports Arena. You have 100 Thieves in here. You have so many talented teams in here. But look at what's going on in the middle of the pack. Look at what's going on in the bottom of the pack. And we've seen teams pick up a lot of points and scoot their way up on that overall leaderboard in the end to make their way back into relegations. One of the teams that kind of got a little bit fortunate with the rule changes that happened in the previous split was 100 Thieves. They were on the outside looking in, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, they were able to get back into the Pro League and not have to really go through that relegation process, and now they're looking like a top 5 team overall. So it's really crazy to watch how the meta is changing, how many legends are being used right now. It's a very exciting time for Apex.
Yeah, and talking about Challenger Circuit vibes and all the changes we've seen, I mean, casual minutes ago, they won the first Stormpoint game Adam they played. So when I'm saying the Stormpoint games are important, it's because there are so many other teams doing well on Storm that could actually upset a lot of those teams that we're looking at the top of our overall leaderboards.
Exactly, and got a chance to go back and watch some of the highlights over the last couple days, do a little bit of research to try to figure out what was going on in terms of how aggressive teams were playing. I really loved the way that Sentinels was playing and NRG was playing yesterday. I think that those were 2 teams to definitely keep an eye on. And watch out for teams like C9 playing that type of aggressive play because of the fact that these are the teams that show a lot of confidence, and they're going to go and try to get away with certain angles and over-aggressive angles that you wouldn't typically see. A lot of other teams are kind of playing passive. They're turtling up in buildings. Watch out for the teams that are playing out in the open, just like when we saw Energy pop off on Stormpoint with 31 points and do a phenomenal job. They put themselves in a great position in the open, and they picked up a lot of kill points along the way. As you take a look at that zone, it's going to be directly central. You know who's going to be loving that? TSM and their fans, directly where they're going to be going to. You can also see Built by Gamers in the vicinity. C9 going to love what they see. Furia, Zeratricky already in a great position.
Yeah, this should be interesting because we've seen BBG, we've seen Fury, we've seen all these teams that are actually in a really, really favorable spot right now with the zone have some very strong pop-off performances, especially when they have this working in their favor, but knowing that there's going to be some big squads that are going to be trying to move their way in as well. Should be interesting to see how they decide to hold down some of that positioning. And talking about some of our bigger squads, we've got C9 below, now we're checking in with 100 Thieves, all of these teams being very important. And one of the other things that we didn't see right off the rip here was any sort of contestation, I think that's a word, I don't know, with Lazarus and ESA.
We could just call it a 50-50, right?
I mean, it is 50-50, but...
We'll just say the 50-50 because I know what you're going for. But I'd also want to point out 100 Thieves and how well they've been doing with Vaxlon. And going back to, Vayne did great. They were able to do such amazing things for their squad. But now Vayne is on XSET, like you were talking about. Vaxlon coming on over from CLG. Really been fitting in fairly well. Scurry and Amu definitely putting in some serious work too. But we got the 30-30 blue mag 3X coming through. 30-30 still fairly underutilized and underrated in my opinion. But when you're in such an open map like Stormpoint, definitely expect the sniper rifles and long-range weapons to play a huge key in this one. You can see Wingman Massive coming in from XSET. That's going to be Vayne, Kenny, and Klain, just like we mentioned. That little swap between the players there was absolutely huge. Basically a 3-team trade between XSET, CLG, and 100 Thieves. Really working out for 100 Thieves more than anybody currently, but we'd love to see XSET continue to put up some big points. Back on board with Wash. They're going to be big chilling, and surprised he doesn't have that pay-to-win Wingman skin. Come on.
The skins always make it skins for the wins. Everybody knows that. You have to have the skins if you want to do well, because look good, feel good, play good, Tom. You know this. You are the former pro.
Yeah, I mean, also, at the same time, I think that maybe he's testing his might. It could just be like, a confidence thing, like, Faker in League of Legends never bought a skin, and he was one of the best League of Legends players ever, so why not just go with that route? I personally am all about the skins. I'm definitely pay to win all day, every day. Plus, some of the skins are awesome that are going out right now. TSM, let's see what kind of skin Reps is rocking on the charge rifle, because I'm almost 100% sure the man is going to have that one in his back pocket. You're going to have the Car R301 combo coming through. Liquid looking for some fights as well. That bubble is going to be forced out, and you can see, I think Black Market Boutique has already been used in from behind. You can see Arcstar possibly going to go on over towards the bubble, but that team has skedoodled and skedaddled. They are out of there.
Yeah, but they are stuck between TSM and Liquid right now, so there is some potential for them to have to at least choose to take one of these fights, because TSM is already trying to push up and see if they can get a little bit aggressive here with this and pick up some early KP, which would be a really, really nice start for TSM.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look how TSM's keeping their back towards the mountain right there, and all of that stuff is going to be cleared. It looks like a possible EMP from a Crypto team coming out over towards the side too. You also have a Trident on your mini map, a little bit more over that northwest side. Hal having to be a little bit careful. He does have his phase breach if he wants to get back on over towards his team. But always pay attention to how these pro players are trying to gobble up as much real estate as possible, but they're staying within ability distance of their teammates. So that's going to be Verhols and Reps anchoring. Hal, he's going to entry frag. He's going to move up, but he's never just going to go completely bonkers and split up unless he's going to be working with his team. So if he needs to phase breach back, or if he wants to phase breach in, then he's going to be A-okay. But I'm not expecting any type of breaches in, because you can see how many teams are in the vicinity. They're more or less just looking for damage, trying to force the action so the other teams make mistakes.
Yeah, because if that's the type of stuff they can capitalize on here early. I mean, we've seen teams play out in the open like this and force those types of situations. We saw NRG do it last time around, or 2 times ago, I guess. Or maybe even 3, I don't even know. We've played so much Apex this weekend, but it works. If you can be that one squad that's willing to be a little bit riskier and put yourself out there and kind of make everybody else around you scared, they make those mistakes, Tom, and it led to a win.
It does, and when you get pressured, sometimes when you're turtling up, you have instances like this, right? I'm turtling in because I have double gray armor, but right now, TSM, they're on the outside, continuing to charge their Evo shields up. They're passing it back and forth. Meanwhile, speaking of charging Evo shields up, it looks like G7 Dank from Lazarus trying to get something going on over towards the side with this charge rifle 2X. Hey, it's better than having no scope overall. You can definitely see looking for those players. We are fortunate enough to have that player outline, obviously. No, it's not a continuous bloodhound scan going on. That's just where they're located, and Dank is looking for that extra damage. In terms of healing, I love that on the bottom of our UI there, so you can see exactly what's going on. Blue backpack, 12 cells, battery, Phoenix kit, etc., etc. Always tough when you're playing and you don't have many grenades, though, in your backpack. And look at that, 3 arc stars coming in for sync. That could prove very useful later on in this game, but look how slow this one's being played out. If you're new to competitive Apex, this may be kind of different to you. If you're used to it, well, you know that teams of this caliber are waiting till round number 3 and 4 before they make any major moves. More or less like a slow little boxing match to kind of get an armor check going through. Everyone's kind of getting in position, and then once they find out, once that zone starts closing and exactly which zone that's going to be, that's when the bloodbath really starts.
But I also feel like this is really indicative of our team starting to settle in and find their groove here on Stormpoint, because in our first few days, we did see some unlucky rotations where teams would run into each other and go out super, super early, specifically on Stormpoint, because there was that slight factor of the unknown. They hadn't really been able to get a lot of time competitively on Stormpoint, but now that we've got so many days under our belts, they feel more settled. It feels less chaotic right now, and we are getting that slower early game into the mid game as our teams know what to expect at this time.
Taking a look at GeForce, one of our teams that also competes in Esports Arena, and they are second overall in terms of the leaderboard in those tournaments. But here, they've been struggling in the ALGS. They're on the verge of relegation, and it's tough. James Fearless, he's been playing a handful of different legends, this time busting out the horizon. One of our teams to watch. Casuals making a play on over towards the backhand side of the zone. Make sure, if you want to watch multiple points of view, that multi-view is live. Just click that command center down below. Best part about the multi-view, besides watching a handful of different teams, you get all of their comms, Glitter.
Yeah, and that is always our favorite part. Anytime we're able to do some listen-ins with some of your guys' favorite teams, there's always something entertaining that typically happens during those. So if you don't want to miss out on any of that action, make sure you guys are checking out and hanging out in the multi-view command center button right down below. But speaking of action, Washed finding themselves in a tight spot. Shields cracked for every single one up against G2. The aggressive G2 is back, Tom.
Yeah, and the bubble coming down. You can see the healings happening. Defensive bombardment is already down. You can just see how much damage they were taking on over towards the side. There wasn't even any time to heal. The shots are connecting. That's 2 players down. 1 player already thirsted. That Gibby skedaddled through that door and is looking like they're not long for this world here, Glitter. And hey, this is what G2 does. They make these rotations on over towards the edge. Next thing you know, 3, 2, 1, you are down, and Antboy is trying to survive. 100 Thieves Vaxilon going to pick that up. And is that going to cause a G2 versus 100 Thieves fight, saying, hey, why did you just take our kill? We're coming for you. Meanwhile, another fight taking place. Aim God going to take down Fury Attack, and Vaxilon saying, hey, what's up, Antboy? Maybe they have some beef in ranked, or maybe that's just how the cookie crumbles for their first team that gets eliminated. Could be a little thing that they discussed in the lobby where, last person to the car is a rotten egg. Well, first person out here is the rotten egg.
It's the friendly rivalry that we see amongst a lot of our squads, but I'm really loving what I'm hoping is a return to form right now for G2, because last time we saw them play, they were kind of in the middle of the pack. They definitely had a slower day, and they struggled a little bit when the time before that they were our first place squad, right? So if we're going to get this early game aggression, this aggression on rotation that we know G2 can be very, very successful at, they, in my mind, will instantly be jumping up the leaderboard in contention for that first place spot.
Yeah, Hal's been big chillin' for quite some time. He's taken a majority of the responsibility of trying to get the armors charged up, which, in my opinion, means Reps did not find his charge rifle off of their POI. And Hemlock with just the gray mag is not really ideal, but I feel like Hal is conserving a majority of his ammo right now, understanding the situation that, hey, unless we're able to get some kills and some armor boxes our way, then some death boxes our way, then we're going to have to deal with this armor. We're going to have to deal with the current situation, which is not really good for sitting out in the open, and that's why they've been playing a little bit more passive. You can see already a handful of purples and blues on the map. So TSM going to be at a slight disadvantage when it comes to that, but we know that they're fully capable of being able to fight their way through these scenarios. 100 Thieves are putting pings down on towards where they think their rotation is going to be. They also have the scan onto the next zone. It looks like they're going to big chill and try to get the round 3 scan, which is big because then they may be able to skyward dive into a priority position.
Yeah, we saw them a little bit on a retreat there as well, so they're probably just going to be giving themselves a little bit of time to think and really nail down that rotation that you're talking about as we check out a player comparison here between Hal and Designful. And I mean, this is crazy close, especially when you consider how much aggression G2 is willing to do a lot earlier in the game sometimes than TSM is. But Hal is just this unstoppable force sometimes. I mean, over 1,100 average damage to over 800 for Designful. Still, both of these across the board are crazy impressive numbers, Tom.
You know, Designful, for being as cold as he is, you know, look, he's got the sweater underneath and he's really hugging the pits, you know, with his hands. That's the strategy when you're ever at these tournaments and you're freezing. Hand warmers inside the pockets or just hands inside the pits. Make sure you put deodorant on before you do that.
Gotta keep your instruments, your tools, your hands warm in those scenarios because it's going to affect your reaction time and your playability in general. But G2 still hanging out with them, chilling in the zone as they typically do, but we see an ARC-Star coming out there in the kill feed as well. Duplex struggling at the hands of that ARC-Star, which means that there could potentially be some issues going on with one of our top teams, Tom.
I mean, that is a genius play coming in from both 100 Thieves and from G2. They're getting scans onto round 3. They're going to skyward dive. Casuals, they have to make their way inside of the zone. Let's do a quick listen in with them and see what their strategy is going to be. Oh, never mind. We're going to switch on over. Oh, yes, Casuals. Yes, I would love to do it. Listen in with Casuals. Let's do it.
Careful, don't just slide in. Just watch for a team. I'm gonna get in and heal, okay? I'm gonna clear this first, I think.
I think you need to heal. You're at 120 health.
Okay. So we got a minute and a half.
Where's that Gibeon? Close? Nope.
I have no more heals now.
It's Gibeon on my mark.
Okay.
What if we buckle to all to this edge right here? Can we make it over there?
Team!
Behind you?
In the zone!
Okay, I'm going. Just, we gotta fight him.
I swear I heard something.
I don't see anything there. They might have went back up the ramp though.
They might have, yeah. I think
Yeah, we need to think about a rotate.
There might be a team there, Akuma. We should just start sliding down and just get info. And then we Valko from there. Can we slide down this hill?
Yeah.
How many syringes do you have, Gasha?
Zero.
Yeah, we burn all flush.
Cloud9 died. So we know Launchpad team is dead. There's one guy right here.
They burn bubble.
Okay, we got to hear a lot about what the strategy is for casuals right now. They're just trying to kind of, you know, search for information so they can find a safer spot as they continue to rotate into the zone. But while that was happening, we lost Cloud9, we lost BBG. We're currently watching Lazarus in an engagement themselves, and we saw so many names in the kill feed, Tom.
Yeah, and it's continuing to heat up here as the zone starts to get smaller and smaller. Vize with some shots, trying to finish off this last Gibby, has to reload, dipping and dodging, diving all over the place. Serial is going to be the one with the cleanup, and it's nice to see Serial switch it on up, go to Gibby. We've seen a lot of CLX playing Bangalore. Bangalore seems to not be working in a lot of these scenarios. Gibby is just too strong. The kit is too good. And look at that, rewarded big time. 3 kills, 1 assist. Unfortunately, right now, it seems like the third party is coming in. Plus, that zone is going to tick away. And they may not have much opportunity to push forward. But Serial, doing whatever he can as possible. He's tossing the bubbles, defensive environment coming through, potential heal. And oh no, Esports Arena, they're back. And that is not good for the rest of this lobby. Havoc Turbocharger with the 2-4 coming in for Skittle Cakes. You know what? We have a lot of horizons here, Glitter, so we're going to see a crazy end game at one of these points.
Yeah, this should be really interesting. And Esports Arena, we saw them for like 2 seconds, and they had Nox was down and Duplex was down, and somehow they have returned from potential defeat. They look quite comfortable now, and they are looking like they're trying to get into more engagements if they can. They're not shying away from any of this right now. Xset also in a bit of a pinch here as all of these squads are continuing to be pushed closer and closer together. The zone is making sure that these fights happen. And I actually did see Hal's name popping up in the feed a lot too when all that chaos happened, and they look like they're much better looted armor-wise now.
Yeah, you can see purple, blue coming through, but they are directly below Xset, who's on this tree. Fortunately, you got Lux Forward over towards the side. Aim God maybe coexisting and shooting Xset off of TSM without realizing that they are potentially helping them. But that is what you do if you're TSM, or if you're one of these top teams inside of this lobby. It's not like they're teaming up against each other. It's just that, hey, you got to really protect your side and decide who's your biggest threat, right? So if you think Xset's your biggest threat, I'll hide and let someone else deal with them. Let them pepper over towards the side. Maybe Xset will forget about TSM down below them, and TSM can get this free rotation coming up. But TSM is not liking what they're seeing right now.
Okay, we've got a quick replay here for you guys as well for what happened in that esports arena situation, that fight that we saw popping up on the kill feed when everything was kind of going crazy. Nice armor swap there for Skittle Cakes as they just kind of steamrolled through that squad.
Yeah, they made that one look absolutely easy, and they're getting stronger and stronger. So the thing about Esports Arena is back when they had Verholz, they were one of our teams that was the most dominant arena teams. They were winning a lot of arena tournaments, and it was more or less of they needed to put the strategy together because their team fighting was phenomenal. Then you go and you pick up Noct, who's one of the best individual slayers, former #1 ranked Apex Predator in previous seasons, knows what he's doing when it comes to laying down some serious damage. Once you start adding in the layers of strategy over there, Esports Arena, there's a reason they've won back-to-back weeks here. And look at this. So many passives coming up. It's going to be an immediate bubble. Hal's calling out they want to go on over towards the wall. I believe we have a potential listen-in with TSM. If we could hop into their comms, that'd be great.
Can we peek these guys? Push in the bubble. Peek the guys on the rock. He's down on the rock.
Another team walking upstairs. Another team under a ramp.
Okay.
Flying over.
Nice. Down on this rock. Can we maybe peek this? No.
Ruby's shooting at us. There's one down guy over here.
There's side if you can. I have 60.
They have a head glitch on our south side. There's a ramp right there. They can head glitch. They just res under us.
Just heal. I'm healing.
I'm 2-0.
They're pushing us for that res.
I'm
Can we bubble on this? Yeah. Go for the kills.
I stunned one.
I need armor swap. We have to. No. You have to just get behind. Just play your life. We have to we have to tank this. Yeah, just play your life. We can res later. You can go back to your spot maybe if you want to. Go back to your spot. You can go back to your spot. It's still safe.
I'm going for it.
I'm trying to. Oh!
They had absolutely no safe place to hide for too much of an extended period of time here, Tom. I mean, TSM was in the middle of everything, and they knew that was going to happen from the second they did that Skyward dive.
That was such a tough break, but you can see they're making, lemonade out of lemons. Not a big deal. They'll pick up a couple kill points here and there, maybe some placement points. Verholz possibly could rat this one out, but just look at how scary that is. You have so many great teams in the vicinity. Boom, Designful coming through with the burst. Verholz didn't have any armor, so that's tough, and that's going to give Onmu the kill that he had on over towards Refs. Love the intensity coming in from TSM, but that just goes to show you, no matter how good you are, this lobby is ready and prepared, and it is so tough to pick up points. TSM showcasing some amazing talent throughout all of that, but 100 Thieves, their positioning is just too strong. Look at how free this is, Glitter. They're just raining down fire.
I mean, Onmu is just shooting people out of the sky. They've got sight lines on pretty much every single team below them. They had the bubble ready to handle any of these bombardments that might be coming through. And the best part is that while these squads are getting pushed in, they're going to have to just deal with each other on the low ground. The people that are in the building or on the top of it right now, those squads are so safe.
Casuals staying alive throughout all of this, and that purple knockdown shield has to be so annoying. You want to try to do something about it, but all of a sudden, I think they accidentally threw down a Horizon Q, and that took down one of the teammates from Casuals. That is not an ideal situation. Akuma's like, who threw that? Was that you? And he's like, whoops, it could have been me. As you can see, Esports Arena staying alive over here. Skittle Cakes, does he have any grenades? He doesn't, but he is going to throw down his Horizon Q as well. This is such a fun end zone. Meanwhile, you have 100 Thieves, big chilling on this. The angle, the knock, the re-knock as well, and the thirst coming in for Skittle Cakes. Someone stop him.
Oh my, Skittle Cakes, holy! He wanted to make sure that he was at least going out with a bang here for Esports Arena, getting so much damage put out before the eventual final kill. I mean, that was just insane. At least getting some good damage, some potential more KP on the board for Esports Arena before their exit, as now G2 is our squad on the top of this building, and you know that they are happy about that.
Yeah, G2 must have taken this from 100 Thieves with a phase breach on over towards the side. I'd love to see once Designful zooms out if that is just on respawn. So 30 seconds ago, maybe they took that roof away from 100 Thieves, and that is a big play. Sometimes 100 Thieves, you know, not just 100 Thieves in general, sometimes what you can do when you're trying to cover this roof, there's so much action going on all over the place, you're trying to pick up all these kills. A team like G2 that's been waiting in the wings is waiting for you to get distracted, waiting for your bubble to go down. Any type of play possible so they can go and take that God spot. That's exactly what G2 was thinking, and they're being rewarded big time with some serious points.
Oh, those wingman shots just hurt right now, and G2 is the squad that's able to leverage those angles at this point. We've watched Furia, though, kind of hanging out inside of the building for as long as possible, but it's time for the players to start making their moves and see if they can maybe close this one out. Top 3 squads left here as the final zone shrinks down, and I don't know that G2 is going to be willing to let this go to a heal up, but there is still bad boys on the low ground they need to worry about.
So what G2 is going to do is they're going to bubble as far as possible on the opposite side and hope that the 2 teams directly below them are going to duke it out. And you can see already defensive environments going down. They don't want to use the bubble on the roof right now. It's A-okay to go and heal through all of this, and then they're going to toss this bubble as far as possible all the way on the outside of the edge. That's exactly what they're doing. Great job. Now all of a sudden the opposite bubble has to come down. The team from the second floor eventually will push out. Unfortunately for G2, that's going to be all she... Oh, G2 going for a crazy play back on over towards the top. Maybe back into their bubble. I don't know what they're thinking, but they're just trying to be as sneaky as possible. Gentrifying is going to take on over towards the air. Typically, the team on the very bottom is the team that has the advantage right here. Promo is picking up some serious damage. Lucas is still fairly healthy. Where is the rest of the Furious squad? They are out, and now you see Bad Boys taking game number 1. Glitter. G2 with a crazy strategy. I'm not quite sure they knew what they were doing at the end right there. That was a wild ending.
The low ground team just completely decimated. I mean, you were watching it happen, like you said, everyone kept trying to get more high ground. We saw the Ash and the Valk both trying to do that. It just did not work. I mean, Bad Boys was just like, we're waiting. You can come down whenever you're ready. And they just completely shut them down. That was nutty, and they get 9 kills for it. That's a very, very strong first game out of the gate.
9 kills going to be matched on that right-hand side, though, from Esports Arena. They're going to get 12 points overall. G2 finishing second, obviously. What a game number 1. What an end zone. And you could see just how many teams in competitive Apex could sit inside of one building and coexist all around each other, and how explosive round number 3 all the way up to that final round in round number 6 really is. What a game from Euban, Promos, and Lucas picking up that first big dub. Again, one of those teams that we didn't really have our eyes on, but I love to see just the evaluation process and the thought process that was going on between all of the teams. G2 with that crazy phase breach on over towards the roof to try to take the high ground, but it's all about who throws their bubble down last right there, and Bad Boys took fully advantage of the situation.
That was a huge win, but a couple things that we did get to see. Esports Arena clearly prepared for the aggression for the day, right? G2 looking like they're in a much more comfortable position than they were last play day for them. And TSM trying to make the best of a really, really bad situation. And in general, I don't think that they actually did poorly. That was just an almost impossible spot to really play well out of.
Not at all, and that's why you have to go back to how tough this lobby really is, right? And you saw 100 Thieves, which looked like they were going to be in that God spot the entire time. That gets taken away from them from G2. You have TSM fighting and scratching and clawing, trying to find positioning on the map. And that's why if you are one of the teams in this lobby, or if you're watching competitive Apex, you can't get down on yourself for not winning every single game. That's just how it goes. There's 19 other teams in this lobby. All of them are extremely talented. They're all trying to fight for that final position, for that final circle. Bad Boys coming in, picking up some serious points to start this one. But we're still just in game number 1. We still have a lot of Apex to be played.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong start, though. And we mentioned it that because of how stacked these specific two groups are going up against each other, that there was a very real possibility that everyone we were talking about wasn't going to necessarily do well in that first game. And Bad Boys kind of proving us right there with that first game goes the way of them. So that is just kind of what we are 50% expecting when it comes to Stormpoint, because it's Stormpoint. So we'll have to see if that chaos and that insanity continues in our next games throughout the day. So it's time for us to send it to a quick break. And when we come back, game number 2 of the ALGS Pro League.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS North American Pro League Split 2. Has been interesting, to say the very least. And Game 1 gave us somewhat of a surprising winner with 3 bad boys taking home that champion's banner. And we're left with 2 bad boys now on the desk. Dan Gaskin alongside me to take you through game number 2 here on Storm Point. Dan, bad boys coming out with a win, but some of our big teams involved in that final skirmish.
Yeah, it's a very difficult last circle to play and even explain, as Tom's T-Squared was trying to tell us during the pre-game, the post-game there. He was trying to relay just what these players were doing, but it's so complicated sometimes of how these decisions are made in a split-second timing as well. So it was a very impressive victory, but just comes down to that last bubble for the most part. Gibraltar still the most important legend, it would seem, in the ALGS, and we'll see whether any changes come, but for now, he is here to stay.
He certainly is, and I want to see a t-shirt made, an official Apex t-shirt that just says, "He who bubbles last wins games," because it is so true, right? It's almost a slogan in itself. The final bubble that goes down usually just gives you that extra little bit of time to reset, to hold the line, and let the other teams inflict a little bit of damage. Now, there's a couple of things that I took away from that game number 1 I want to talk about before we head into our second game of Storm Point here. One was a little bit of a surprise. I was expecting maybe G2 and Furia to continue their little 50-50 battle that's been going on for quite some time, but it looks like Furia have given that up to G2.
Yeah, I think that is a wise decision, as we've already seen several times throughout ALGS already. 50-50s are just not the place to be. Even if you're really confident, even if you are assured that you will win every single fight in that engagement, it's usually going to be a long period of time before you actually get to the circle. You won't get the early rotate, and you lose out because of it. Obviously, it depends on where that circle is going to go, but in the end, what I'm trying to say is 50-50s are not good for either team, regardless of who wins that initial fight. There's some updated leaderboards then. Bad Boys with the 21 points, G2 on 15 behind them. The big hitters of Esports Arena, 100 Thieves, and TSM a little bit further behind, but I'm sure that as we get through these matches, they'll start to creep up.
Yeah, a couple of teams I think are going to look back on that last game and think we could have done a little bit more. 100 Thieves just holding that high ground for as long as they could. It was just a late phase breach that came in from G2 to take that height away from them. TSM down in 11th place as well. Not the best of starts for them. A little bit confused with the play they made. I think it was just a little bit of an unfortunate bubble, to be honest with you. The bubble went down and there was just a couple of angles they could get shot through as they tried to just finish off that team of 2 and make sure that their backs were cleared as that zone was about to come in. So those tiny little misplays, I'll call it a misplay. It's just like misplay of a bubble placement. Sometimes it lands on a rock and unfortunately your toes and your pinky toes can get caught off guard. I'm not sure what the difference between them is, but it just meant that TSM fell a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to. But, I mean, G2 is an interesting talking point because I always find with G2 that they will have a bad week. I don't know what it is about them. They'll have a pop-off week, then they'll just have a bad week. And then all of a sudden it's like, that's the kick up the backside they need to return to form in the following week. It's almost as if the more doubters they have after a bad performance, the more it fires these guys up. And G2 involved in that final 3 teams certainly had a strong match 1. We'll have to see if that form continues into match 2.
And it's not just G2. There's a lot of teams in ALGS that will have an amazing week 1 and then they drop off week 2 and they come back fighting week 3. Again, is it down to just a little kick up the backside? They get too complacent, or is it just the fact that we're playing a game which is very difficult to be consistent on, which I think that is what it is. When you've got this many teams who play this many hours, who know how to play and work this game in a way that makes it difficult for others, you are going to have some weeks where things just don't go your way. But we'll see whether we see more consistency from G2 here in week number 3.
I'll have to see if that does happen indeed. But we're into game number 2 now on Storm Point, and the funny thing is, it always feels like we're coming to the end of something as we run through these games. Obviously, we're going to have one more game of Storm Point, so this is the penultimate one on Storm Point before we move over to World's Edge. Like we've mentioned previously, a lot of the teams, even though there's some weeks gone past now and some matches been played, still finding their feet a little bit here on Storm Point. But Bad Boys, a great performance for them in game number 1, and if you come out with a hot start here on Storm Point, I think that carries over not just onto World's Edge, but certainly into your game number 2.
Yeah, you want another big game to try and set yourselves apart from those other big hitters who will definitely be able to have a pop-off possibility as well. Well, that was difficult to say. Pop-off possibility. There we go. It's a tongue twister in its own. There's also the circle. And yeah, exactly. I don't want to throw them your way. Stormcatcher or Mark Hatcher, that you think they sound similar, it's going to be heading that way on this map.
We have seen this circle quite a few times as well. It'll either pull to the north of Stormcatcher, it might pull slightly to the south around where we've seen the Egg building, as it's now christened forever. But Fury are going to have a pretty good time of it. Xset as well, going to be very happy. But then you look at the likes of C9, a good rotation for them as well. They've played historically pretty well on Storm Point on this zone as well. So seen them take home a win, a top 3 placing the last couple of times we've seen this kind of zone. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, looking across the way as well. ESA got some way to travel, but it's one team that I never doubt are going to be involved in at least the top 10 is going to be Esports Arena. The team fighting ability of those three gentlemen is pretty ridiculous. Skill Cakes left on his own in that last game, Dan, and he had a team trapped in the corner, and it seemed like the team trapped in the corner was more scared of Skittle Cakes than they were of him.
Understandably so. I think if you have any idea who you're going up against, and if it were Skittle Cakes, you would probably want to run, but you don't have that information necessarily unless you know the skins and drop placements and rotations. But anyway, as we're talking about that, Washed have found themselves with just 2 players. They're being hunted down by 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves want this KP because it fits their rotation as well. They can work their way through this kind of cannon and they can maneuver way towards the circle afterwards.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight as well, because 100 Thieves, I think there was a little bit of body disrespect that went down between them and Washed after maybe they tried to make a little bit of a push that wasn't enjoyed too much, shall we say, by 100 Thieves a bit earlier. But now Washed have got to be careful, because you can see behind them there's a third party coming and joining in, and they haven't brought any drinks with them. They're looking to steal away everything from the bar, and it's going to be Nightmare.
I was going to say it's probably either Nightmare or G2. It's going to be a bit of a race between Nightmare and G2 to get to this choke point or to try and Valkyrie first initially into the circle. And it seems like Nightmare have won this initial push. G2 can be a little bit slower now with their rotation because they would have heard that gunfire. They can loot up. They don't need to get involved in this fight just yet. And G2 might actually be able to walk past as Lux 40 absolutely shreds one player, and that is enough to suggest that they can move up ever so slightly and get on top of this team if they want to.
Yeah, Lux for doing a great job there to hit those shots. Unfortunately for him, just couldn't get all of the flesh damage he would have wanted. While all of this goes down, G2 just minding their business, just looting up and taking their time. But like you mentioned, the longer this fight goes on, there's always the opportunity for the G2 ears to open, so to speak, and them to hear the shots that are going down, as it seems like there's going to be that team just getting out of dodge at the moment, hitting the Valkyrie ult and managing to survive for now. So Washed are going to survive, like I mentioned, but down to 2. Antboy's not going to be joining them. His respawn's timed out. Without a Gibraltar here on Storm Point, it feels like that's kind of the one legend if you could pick any that you want to have on your side.
Is Ant-Boy the new spin-off series that we're waiting for from Marvel? Is that going to be the next one? Like, we've had Ant-Man, we've had the Wasp, and then Ant-Boy comes along. I mean, I'd watch it.
I'll be honest with you, the amount of spin-offs and, you know, milking they're getting out of the franchise in general, it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, probably get the script in ASAP. Built by Gamers going to be making their way into the circle as well. A lot of teams are heading for this building that you're seeing they're aiming for, but there's not going to be too many spaces to occupy. So the earlier the better. Those teams who are going to be arriving a little bit later are going to have a very uncomfortable landing. It's certainly going to be a rocky one, but Built by Gamers should be able to just lock down one of these rooms.
Yeah, this is probably the best room to play inside of this building as well. Reason I say that, the rest of it is open. There's no real doors to play, and if you're trying to coexist with another team, it's just going to be a constant poke battle for you. So BBG going to be pretty good inside of here for now. They've got the doors to give them that security, and as I say, just hold this down for quite some time. Exet are going to be the other side of the building. This is what I mean. You can't coexist in this side. So Exet are going to be having a constant poke battle with BBG, you would imagine, making sure that no damage is done and nobody gets knocked a little bit earlier than they would have wanted. Exet just holding their ground.
Yeah, Bane needs a little bit of poking. He wants to assure that he gets some more armor. Just being on the grey is not going to be great, but Wicked the same on BBG. So I think both of them will probably look at this as an opportunity to build their armor, but at the same time, you don't want to deplete your resources too much. It's weird when you have to cohabit like this, but as we saw in the previous game, you can get a lot of teams in one building if you play it correctly and everyone is just in the same wavelength that you don't need to push each other right now, because you could be agreeing to a first and second place in some vein, so we'll see what happens.
We'll have to see how this one does play out. Interested to see what other rotations are going to be taking place. Speaking of, here's G2 just leaving their drop spot, but it seems like there's a team rotating behind them at the moment, maybe looking for that beacon information. Going to be Bad Boys who are actually up on the height and maybe just scaring off G2 for now. G2 decide that you can have the beacon, we're good, we're going to get out of here and we're going to peace out for now. Or maybe just a few shots going to be exchanged between the two teams. But G2 certainly having the armor advantage here, and the problem for the team up on height is that if they have to push past and they don't choose to use the Valkyrie ultimate maybe to get ahead of G2, there's only one team that's got more health and armor to play with, and that's going to be the team on your screen right now.
Yeah, G2, they chose this route. They've stayed in their drop spot for a longer so that they could pick up these purple armor, so they could find enough loot to feel comfortable in any engagement. But it does mean they are going to be one of the later teams to get into the circle. So if they do attempt to Valkyrie ultimate into the circle, they might find themselves with several eyes on them, and they'll have to hope they can fight their way out. Or they could just walk up on this circle, but there's a few choke points that they have to decide between, and it depends really how they find themselves in terms of comfortable positioning. But here comes the Valkyrie ult. Let's see where they go.
Yeah, G2 just making a couple of decisions there, maybe thinking about ratting and seeing if that team pushed down onto the cannon, or if they were just, like you say, just planning what that next rotation is going to be and how they're going to get a little bit closer to zone. For now, taking a few shots through the skies, but nothing too dangerous for them to have to deal with, and they should be pretty comfortable here as well. But it looks like Designful's made a bit of a play call here. Gentrifying going to go and join his Ash player as they all link up once again to hold hands and find that next step of their way towards zone.
Yeah, G2 are going to play this one slow. Find a building on the very edge of the first circle, and then they'll think about the second circle when they've got the next Valkyrie ultimate available for them. They don't need to force it. Still 20 squads left. They don't know where those squads are going to be residing, so you just play this one safe. Elsewhere, TSM also moving their way across the map. Of course, Imperial Hell, Verhost and Reps didn't have the best of first games, but it was an unfortunate situation. As you say, their little pinky toes were getting blamed through what they thought was a bubble down situation, but unfortunately there was a little gap down below. And I do think if Hal hadn't have gone down there, they would have had a far better chance of trying to fight their way out of the situation. But it was still a difficult one. And Esports Arena are not too far away either. They're within the circle, they've got a building to work with, so they're in a decent spot.
Yeah, Skittlecake's just checking his 6, checking his 9. Checking every single number that you could think of on the clock to make sure that ESA aren't going to be walked up on and are going to be able to survive. They're in a pretty good spot, pretty much center zone at the moment, but it looks like they're going to look to reevaluate that position because they might not be too happy with things. But actually, the Valkyrie ult's going to be cancelled here, so now they're going to have to make a play, and it looks like the team that shot them out of the skies might now have to deal with ESA saying, "We do not like that, boys, we're coming for you."
Yeah, I don't know whether they were just trying to bait the shots to gain information as to where the teams were, or whether that was literally just a panic abort as soon as all those shots came through, because they probably would have got shot down. But it looks like they're trying to debate between a couple of buildings here. Skittlecakes really wanted to go towards one, but saw maybe a team or two in them. They're going to have to just make do with this building that they had a little bit earlier on. But it doesn't seem like they're too happy with it. They don't want to be in this building. They want to think about getting to that next circle, which we can see already is going to be closer to Stormcatcher. And you can already see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams already within that circle. So not enough space, really, for all these 13 other squads still outside of it.
Yeah, I would say that this zone does give at least playable areas. There's multiple buildings just to the east of Stormcatcher that can be played as well. There's some rocks surrounding where that zone will be pulling. So it wouldn't surprise me to see quite a lot of teams maybe Valkyrie ulting and finding somewhere to play towards this end game. We'll have to see how it plays out. One thing I can guarantee, though, and this is a written guarantee to everyone, is that Skittlecakes would love to pick up a turbocharger right now. He's got everything else he could want on the Devo. The turbocharger on top of that would be the icing on the cake, so to speak, as it looks like ESA have decided now is the time to go, as TSM are in a little battle here over at Antennae.
Yeah, they've got a lot to think about, TSM, because even though they're in an engagement right now, they've got a little ways to go to get into that circle. So it looks like they're going to be playing edge for now, waiting for that next Valkyrie ultimate, and then they'll move. That seems to be the natural standard now for all of these teams, especially on Stormpoint. Valkyrie is a necessity. Ash has been such a big inclusion as well, just so that you can make those endgame plays predominantly when you are stuck in a building, and it allows you just to get out of those windows. So that's really why Ash has been such an important legend. But with TSM, they can just walk in on this one. As long as there isn't a team just to their kind of northwest, they should be fine, but they can go either side of this rock.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how TSM are playing this as well. And if you're thinking, hey, why didn't TSM just hold that team out? You know, they had them where they wanted them. They had the zone closing behind the other team. Well, the reason is the zone is closing, and they had to move up and maybe allow that team to move in so they could hold them out from a slightly different position and maybe a little bit of a better position, and maybe even just find a position to play themselves inside that zone. C9, though, you can see just on the outside of zone for now. Arbalene taking quite a lot of damage, but manages to get that battery off. Naughty's a little bit separated from Zach Mazer as well, so they've got to be careful here. Bad Boys, the winner of our game number 1, we could put some pressure on as well.
22 seconds till that zone closes, so this is when it gets to crunch time for a lot of these teams with only 20 squads, well, still with 20 squads remaining and such little space to work with. Naturally, they're going to be forced into one another. This is when you need to start puffing your chest out a little bit, getting some breathing room and ensuring that you show some dominance. Just get some shots onto those other teams so that they're scared of you, they're not going to push you too much, and also you get a little bit more room to work with in terms of placing yourself and positioning yourself later for a rotation. But Bad Boys, they don't really fancy this one, so it's going to be up into the sky for them.
Yeah, what doesn't surprise me either, when you see everyone hitting those med kits in syringes and the Valkyrie backing up, you know what's coming next. It's almost as if it's a kind of 3-step process. Get the heels off, get up into the sky, and then find yourself a place to play. This is where they're going to be trying to locate themselves. Interestingly, though, even with the beacon information, it looks like they're making a little bit of a wider wrap here towards the edge of zone. And maybe they're thinking, there's a lot of teams in the vicinity at the moment. We might actually be better served here playing edge. They also, of course, have the information from the Ash passive, which might see a few death boxes on the ground, even though there's not going to be too many right now. But it does give you that little bit of information, maybe on a location where fights have already occurred, or maybe fights haven't occurred, and you can play that side of zone.
It looks like they want to just wrap back round of the east side, like hug this tightest corner of where the circle's coming in, go round that rock. You'll have to take a little bit of red damage, but I don't think that'll worry them too much. Their only problem is Nightmare have got them in their sights, and depending on how Nightmare want to play this, they could get very aggressive, because they, in Nightmare's eyes, they probably think this team has their backs against the wall and they're kind of forced into a corner.
Forcing the play then. Nightmare pushing up with Luxford, throwing that grenade in. And it looks like maybe Bad Boys are thinking about taking to the skies again. They do not like this situation at all. And understandably so. You can see Farmer Lucas has just been absolutely schmelted as the Arc Stars are going to be coming in as well. There's a little bit of room under that bubble again. One of those bubbles that doesn't maybe give the protection that you want. And now you can see the push is going to be coming in. Shots are going down. Ash is going to be using her ultimate to get into a position to get them away. And I tell you what, they're riding their luck a little bit here.
They are going to be pushing through the red. Is there anyone else on the other side, though? It does look like there is a team, but they're going to have to just go through the sky, through the red. It's not going to work, though, because not going to be allowed. Nightmare say, you know what? You can go into the red, so can we as well. And it will be a cleanup, and that's going to be our winners from Game 1, taken out in 20th place.
And that is what happens when you don't make an immediate decision, right? You could see they didn't know if they wanted to fight, they didn't know if they wanted to back up, they didn't know if they had the time to pop the Valkyrie out. Sometimes you just gotta make a decision and stick to it, because you can see they just got picked off while they were kind of doing nothing in the end, as Furia on the edge of the zone once more. Got into our top three, excuse me, in that last game, and had the opportunity to actually win things out as well. We'll have to see how they play this one as well. No surprise to see Furia playing right on the edge of zone down at the southern side of things at the moment. They're going to have to work their way uphill, which is not a lovely way to move at any point in Apex Legends, but if it's a clearer side of zone, maybe they'll be able to sneak into a place to play.
Optimal Ambition are in a little engagement at the moment. They have the low ground, which is a little bit concerning for them, and it seems like other teams are getting involved in this fight. So OA have to be careful, but it looks like with the damage they've already taken, this is going to be a very difficult fight to actually have any success with.
Yeah, you can see this is not looking good for them at the moment. They do have the bubble down. They've managed to get at least a little bit of damage, but as I say, that one player has fallen. Now there's going to be Horizon jumping into that bubble, and now Nades is the last player alive. He manages to get one, but it's not going to be enough. 18 teams now remaining as G-Force and Slurpee, unfortunately, are down to one as well.
Which usually means they're probably going to fall between before that top 15 mark when you get one placement point. It's such a shame in a lobby like this where you've worked so hard for so long to get into these circles and you still haven't achieved any placement points and probably no KP considering the amount of squads that were still alive. Slurpee has a lot to do, but at least you are the Valkyrie, so you've always got that oh crap button. You hit it, you go up into the air and you hope for the best and hope some teams get taken down before you around to the ground, but it is always difficult for you to do so.
I'll keep your eye on that kill feed because I just saw ESA and C9 involved in a little bit of a battle there. CLX going to be taking to the skies. If we do have the opportunity to maybe go and watch either ESA or Cloud9, that would be perfect. Here we go then. C9 have lost Naughty, but they do have the mobile beacon to maybe get back in. But look at the pressure they're coming under at the moment. They do at least have the black market there to make sure they've got some heals. They may be even able to drop an armor for Naughty as he comes back out of the skies. But C9 looking like they're in a very difficult position to play out for right now. The bubble is down as well, maybe just to give him a bit of cover on the way down. But in the feed as well, you can see the G-Force have been eliminated, so they will not be getting into the placement points.
A lot of teams are going to fall now as well. 17 seconds till this ring is going to begin closing. Cloud9 have got Naughty back up, but is he able to successfully land? If he can just kind of tidily drop out, pick up some armor, get his guns back, then C9 will be more than happy. Okay, they put themselves in a little vulnerable spot with where they currently reside, but they should be okay. CLX are in trouble as well. A lot of teams now taking a lot of gunfire.
You said one team's going to be okay. CLX are not looking okay right now, and you can see that literally Vibing are looking to put the pressure onto them as well behind that stack of boxes. One player already down, Resulta in the feed as well, starting to pick up some more kills here for G2, who have had a great start to today. A good placement and decent KP alongside. There's the stick on the down player to try and get the finish, and a crack coming in as well from Alazura. but not going to be able to finish that team off quite now. But CLX will be eliminated. It's actually Vizay from Lazarus who gets that final kill point. One of those frustrating moments when you do so much damage not to get that point go your way.
Look at this positioning from TSM. You can see in the center of your screen as well. They've got a great building to work with. They're holding out a lot of teams at the moment as well. Providing that no one comes from behind them or drops on them, they should be okay for a considerable amount of time.
Did you just see, by the way, I think there was 3 bats on the ground and Aloba stole them all away, I'm pretty sure there. So that is frustrating if that was the case for literally vibing, just thinking about popping some meds, keeping some meds available, and then all of a sudden the thief comes through in Loba to take those away. Now literally vibing. Do have some bats to play with still. You can see 6 in the backpack here of Alazura. Charge rifle as well, 3 times on that, so he's going to be able to push teams away. Only going to be able to do a little bit of damage here, but 16 squads now remaining down, and the circle really is starting to close now. Only 24 seconds or so left for the teams to make a move. TSM are safe, but they've got a risky play they have to make. Maybe they're just going to try and rat out this zipline.
Yeah, I think they want to sit here for quite some time before that circle comes in. And this is one of the most important squad eliminations of the game. Just when you move into those placement points, when you get that one on the board, it ticks over and you feel a little bit happier that you've achieved something from the game, as Zeratricky is going to put a lot of damage down, and that's going to allow Fury to push up on this one.
Zeratricky trying to do what he can as well, but he'll go down, but surely he's done enough damage here for his teammates to move in and finish things off, but no! It's going to be all up to Tech now. He's got the Massive in his hand, the bubble fight going down, but he's getting shot in the back, and that will be Furia eliminated. We're down to 15 squads and literally vibing. And Alazura, not only did they survive, even though it's only as one player, he also takes the title kill leader.
Yeah, amazing play from Alazura there, just staying alive. Very difficult to hit Valkyrie sometimes when they're dodging around and using all the movement that is available to them, but now you can use the other movement that's available to you. Dive into the sky, and actually I think Alazura is going to follow Lazarus here and try and find a spot to reside in. But this is where things get ugly. Lazarus cannot find anywhere at the moment that is safe, so they're just trying to bank on something, and they've landed separate to one another, but thankfully Bird can at least join with a teleport.
Well, TSM are getting a tan right now. You can see how close that zone is to them.
Oh, warm rays.
But they do have a way out. It's almost as if you're opening the airplane as you are landing in Ibiza or something like that, and you get hit by that heat. But they're safe for now. And the good thing is for them, as they are safe, the rest of the teams around them are going to be falling.
That's a solo player.
That's the solo, like we mentioned earlier, that managed to get away for now. But TSM don't have that information. They don't know that's a solo. They're probably just getting the info that there's some sound cues going down and there's a team close. Alazura's trying to survive again. He's not going to be able to Valkyrie his way out of this position. TSM may be thinking about bursting out together here to pick up that KP.
Or, on the other side, Alazura thinks, oh, maybe I can get inside this building and just stay alive here, and just walks into 3 members of TSM. It would be the fright of his life. But for now, looks like we'll just hold in that corner. But I don't think that they're going to expect one player to be to their right, but maybe they get caught off guard and one of them gets downed. That could actually be really detrimental to TSM's chances, because TSM wanted to just rat out here, go unnoticed for quite some time, and just be able to sneak out in 20 seconds. But now that there's one player near them that's already made some noise, there's going to be a lot of eyes heading this way.
Team Liquid, they're making their way towards zone as well, and they're working their way through a pretty comfortable position as well. Fun with the Rampage in his hand and doing some decent damage at distance as well. Trying to just sneak their way up, but as they know, there's a couple of teams who are going to be above them. BBG is going to be one of them. Except we're also in this position for quite some time. There's Alazura facing TSM, and TSM should be able to get that elimination. So that is at least one side of the zone cleared here by TSM. Now they have to move in, but you can see the fields they've got to walk through down. They don't have any cover whatsoever to play with.
Because of that one player being there, TSM could not Valkyrie up into the air. They had to fight their way out, and that's why I said it could be a detriment. Team Liquid also having some trouble trying to get into this zone. Everyone now trying to work with whatever they can find. TSM just lost 2 players. Exit also gone out.
Renegades doing some damage in that feed as well. Team Liquid being the last to arrive from the party, it seems like, but now you're going to see Team Liquid coming under fire. Nocturnal's going to have to find somewhere to play. And Team Liquid have a team right in front of them as well as multiple teams above them, but there's one team who's doing damage as always. That's ESA. They are a team who are on top, and now it's all up to Duplex. He gets the armor swap. He's trying to get into a position to finish off these kills. He gets one, but is he able to finish off the final player who's up on height?
Renegades, both Pathfinder and Lazarus all go down. Duplex still the last remaining player to try and survive, and G2 still at a full 3 are looking to try and clean up any pieces they can find right now.
G2 making their move. Gentrifying loses his shield, so they're not going to be too aggressive for now. Just trying to hold the line, so to speak, do some damage and force those teams back. while he gets his shields back in play, they've managed to do so, and Verhulst has survived. And the wonderful thing about when you're playing Valkyrie, when everyone else is engaged in the battles, you can just use the jets, fly up above everyone and survive.
That's a fantastic position from Verhulst. Also saw 100 Thieves get wiped just before we went into this over-the-head view. And G2, they're looking good, in a good position, but 8 seconds, that zone is, of course, going to slowly close in on everyone. And if Verhulst can go unnoticed where he was, he might be able to break his way into the top 3. Nightmare also all have 3 red shields, and they've got positioning here, and they'll get a couple of KP.
Well, somehow or other, I don't know how, Esports Arena have survived. It was only Duplex left on his own, but he's managed to get both of his teammates back on their feet. And for the rest of the lobby, that's the last thing that you want to see. Verhulst has just been eliminated for TSM, so TSM will be out. And now we have Nightmare, G2. You also have Cloud9, you have Team Liquid and ESA as your final 4 teams. As we jump on board with Nightmare, who are holding down these pillars, they also have the low roll to work with.
It is unbelievable that ESA have just been able to get back up to a full 3. But again, that just shows the brilliance of this squad. It doesn't matter who is the last remaining player. They've always got a plan, and they always seem to get everyone back on their feet. Team Liquid having to use their bubble very early. What did we say earlier? Last bubble usually wins, but there's a lot of objects to hide behind in this last circle.
I'd imagine they'd have that bubble back as well, possibly before the end of the game. But now ESA have got to make their way forward. They're just trying to dodge and dip and dive and survive for now. They do have the opportunity to drop down maybe, but they also want to see what's going on. Who else is taking the fights? Who else is going to create the opportunities and maybe the openings for them? Duplex is going to be dropping down to the low ground. Esports Arena get caught in the black hole. Scalecake's now left on his own. ESA out, we're down to 3.
Liquid have lost 1 though, and I don't think they'll be able to get the res. Oh, actually they're going to go for it because G2 are in a skirmish of their own, trying to do some damage from a distance here, and G2 are in a fantastic position. They've got ultimates, they've got utility, they've got everything they need to win this game.
They also have the bubble still, so they will be able to just wait this out. Team Liquid are just caught down on that low ground. Designfall's going to swing wide. Nightmare just trying to survive for now, but Nocturnal, he'll take down Designfall while all of this is going on. Washi is just trying to heal and let the action take place. Results are now down. Gentrify left on his own. He takes to the skies, he gets into the top 2, and now he's trying to clutch up, but he's not going to be able to do so. Nightmare will be the champions of game number 2.
Oh, and what a shame it was for G2. They probably thought they had everything there, but just a couple of big shots from opposition teams meant that they could only take second place. But Nightmare waltz on in, and after a difficult start for Nightmare, where they were in a situation where they had to try and take a fight after pushing through to a choke, they get to the end game, they make it work. Luxford got some big kills earlier on in the mid game as well, and I think Nightmare will be delighted with a victory there. That's going to propel them up the leaderboards quite considerably.
Yeah, it should be a decent amount of points for them as well. Like you mentioned, the KP going alongside it. G2 getting into end zone a couple of times now, but not being able to execute on that final stage of the game. But Nightmare at the top of the table, 20 points for them as well. The 8 kills, like you mentioned, certainly adding to their tally. G2, a decent point rally, though, for them. You can see 8 kills, all of them pretty much coming in that end game. 17 points for them. But Team Liquid, a good performance too. And I tell you what, Esports Arena, from the position they were in, if you would have said they come out of that game with 10 points, I think they would have said yes, please.
And I'm just going to point out, and this has happened in both games now, and I've seen it before in previous weeks, TSM, when 2 players go down, Verhulst is usually getting out of dodge, and he's thinking about placement, and they usually pick up 1 or 2 extra placement points. But the difference between TSM and Esports Arena in that game is Duplex fought tooth and nail, slightly different scenario, and yes, okay, his back was against the wall, he couldn't even try and escape, but he fought against other teams, he stayed alive, he got his team back up. I know it was difficult because TSM were rotating in, but I have noticed that kind of fight or flee situation, and quite often TSM looked to just try and survive for placement, but they were kind of... their whole plan was ruined by that solo player that was left alive, unfortunately for them, and they weren't able to Valkyrie up into the sky because of it. Anyway, as we look at the leaderboards, you can see who was able to pick up points. Shout out to Literally Vibing, who picked up 7 kills, so even though they finished in the bottom 10 in terms of placement, they still got 8 points.
And what a turnaround in form it was, for Bad Boys. First place in game number 1, I think it was 20th place in game number 2, so how things can turn around. But these are the stats, and Luxford, my boy, 2,342 damage coming in from him, and Washi in those final moments as well. We saw his POV just surviving behind the knockdown shield and doing what he could. It was a huge play coming in from Mr. Pode towards the end of that game to keep his team in it and put them in a position to win it. And that's exactly what they did, Dan. The huge amount of points on the board, 20 in total for Nightmare, the champs of your game too.
Yeah, I'm really liking the fact that in these lobbies we're starting to see teams like Nightmare, like Unlucky, for example, yesterday, who do manage to get these victories and do manage to turn over these big organizations and massive names within Apex, and I know these 3 players are amazing in their own right, but we just need to see the consistency now, because if they can get these victories in these lobbies, if they can show up against the biggest and best teams, if you can do it every single week, then suddenly you become one of the biggest and best teams. That's how Esports Arena became what they are today. At one point, we would have never considered Esports Arena one of the best teams, but here they are. Nightmare pushed themselves up 7 places into second, but G2 will still hold on to first.
Yeah, G2 in first place, but like I mentioned, if you're being a perfectionist, and I'm sure the G2 players are feeling this as well, to get into that final 3, 2 games in a row, and not come out with a win is certainly something that maybe is going to either fire them up or frustrate them as we head into a game number 3. But top of the table, of course, is where you want to be. As I say, I'm being a perfectionist here, G2 fans. But Esports Arena in behind in 3rd place, but incredibly tight between the top 10 or so teams at the moment, Dan. And with 4 games to go, it really is a kind of proof with what we were saying before the games got underway here, that anyone can really take these lobbies and everybody is a danger.
Especially on Storm Point. I do still think there is an asterisk above Storm Point ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Some teams are better than others, and there is some unpredictability in certain areas of the game, but obviously the circles are a little bit easier to read. For example, TSM, they're a little bit off the pace at the moment compared to the first place team, but if they can stay within touching distance going into World's Edge, I do think they have a chance to get back in, and that's the same with a lot of these teams. I mean, like Cloud9 down there, for example, they have an amazing chance if we go over to World's Edge. It just seems like Storm Point and some of the circles in Storm Point are they're just not comfortable for some of these teams. It's difficult because they have an idea of how they want to play it, and then all it takes is one team or one player to ruin everything for them, or a Valkyrie Ultimate not to quite go right, or someone being in the position where they didn't think they were going to be, and everything just gets wiped away from you. It's tough.
Well, we're going to have to see how the games continue after we get back from this break. G2 sitting at the top of the table right now. We're going to have to see if they can pick up their first win as we get back.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League North America. We are 2 out of 3 games on Storm Point down, and in both of those games, Tom, G2 has found themselves in second place, and I can't talk, so it's a good day.
You don't know about me. I'm Tommy T. Let's go, Glitter. You know, it's G2 when I don't pick them. I pick them the back-to-back times. All of a sudden, I copied Dan, and now what's going on here? I think that G2, they're coming through with a chip on their shoulder, and this is what G2 does. They literally will go through, mop a lobby, come back, kind of slack a little bit, and they're like, no, we're coming back even stronger the next round. So I'm gonna pay attention to these G2 boys. I hope that they can string together back-to-back great performances, but I feel like they always come back after a poor performance with a really strong one.
Yeah, I mean, they're right there. They got even more kills this time around, so they're getting more points on the board for themselves. But we also got to shout out Nightmare. I mean, right now we've got 2 teams that we did not highlight at the top of the show with the first 2 wins on the day. So once again, all of our squads really battling it out and keeping things interesting for us the entire time.
No doubt about it as we move into the third and final match on Storm Point before we go on over to World's Edge. It's been a phenomenal first 2 games. Absolute brawls all over the place. We're seeing mobile respawns being used. We're seeing just so much going on. One thing to definitely point out that I love that Gaskin touched base on is that whenever these situations go down with TSM, Verholst is the one ratting. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I'm not quite sure. To me, it seems like the timing of the team fights must be off, because if you're going to go all in, you got to be going in there. And if it's the same person over and over again that's surviving, something's going on. He's taking too much damage early on and backing off. He's not in there at the right time. I'm curious, and I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on specifically with these team fights with TSM.
That is a really, really good call out. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that as we kick things off in game number 3 on Storm Point. Starting off with our winners of the last match, Nightmare. And we were talking about how this was just, it was their game, you know? And they had the solid positioning there. They played that well at the end. And once again, Storm Point, and I'm going to keep saying this because I love that this map variety has brought so many changes to just the competitive scene as a whole. We are getting so many surprise wins out of these teams.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And what's surprising is that they're able to execute at such a high level, and they're not nervous. They're not really showcasing any type of weakness in terms of being able to take down these top teams. You looked at that last zone. You had Liquid in there. You had G2. So many great squads. You had Esports Arena and Team Nightmare, which if you said, hey, who's the least likely to win this out of these 4 teams based on their names on paper, it would have been Nightmare. And they came through and they got that big dub. As we take a look at the zone, pulling heavily over towards the southern east side. So teams like C9, they're going to be loving that. And you can see TSM, that's a fast rotation for them too. Lazarus are already making their way downtown walking fast. So that is a really good zone for these southern teams. Meanwhile, teams like G2, Renegades, look how far they're going to have to trek, and so many teams, so many different choke points. Fortunately, they're playing Valkyrie.
I like that we're getting a little bit of variety here to the last 2 zones. We're a little bit more central or on the northern side than that. Now we're going to pull it down here towards the south for all of our players, and it'll continue to shake things up as our teams continue to go through the looting phase. The real question is, we've seen it happen twice now for Esports Arena as well. They are going out a little bit earlier than I think we would have anticipated. Same thing for TSM. We're still getting that aggression on Esports Arena, though. It's just not really, the chips aren't falling the right way for them.
And what's really great, ooh, you see 100 Thieves coming through. I really like the way that these teams that weren't on our teams to watch, teams that weren't on our radar, are coming through and playing at a very high level. Is it Storm Point or is it World's Edge? Will Storm Point give them confidence a little bit later when they switch on over to World's Edge? That remains to be seen. But G2's come through. They've picked up a lot of kill points along the way. We thought it was going to be the TSM versus Esports Arena show. Haven't really seen that quite yet, even though we've seen some consistency. We've seen some great moves throughout all of these teams. They just haven't been able to put it together with the accumulation of points that we were anticipating. The multi-view is live, y'all. So if you want to watch TSM, you can watch all 3 points of view, plus a 4th point of view in there, and get the comms from those specific teams. One of the greatest additions that we've seen in Esports Glitter. I know you love that.
I absolutely do. And also, guys, don't forget that while we're talking about what's going on here today and the daily leaderboard, there is also still that overall leaderboard, which is where things really, really matter, because that's going to determine who makes it through to playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what we're really kind of harping on when we're talking about specifically like the rivalry between Esports Arena and TSM, because there are so many teams that are battling it out for those top spots right now because they want to make it through the playoffs. That's the ultimate goal.
Playoffs? You say playoffs? You look at Furia without really any armors, just the default armor that they flew in off the dropship on. They're going to be camping it out in a bush. All right, setting up a little ambush, literally an ambush for any teams that are walking by. Lazarus are in position. You could also see TSM waiting for Serial, Hakulo, and Cruisin to potentially make their way on over towards the capsule building, and that's exactly what they were doing. Lazarus taking up all loot, little loot goblins.
I think everybody's just going to be hanging out down here while Lazarus does continue to loot up. We saw Optimal Ambition down there as well, so already these teams setting up nice and early, and they're just going to wait this out. I mean, they're in a solid spot right now, and there are so many teams, and you'd said it before, Tom, at the top of the map towards the north that have to make much longer rotations and get themselves down to where this zone is going to continue shrinking down to. And the fact that you've got Lazarus with the Loba, we talk about how useful Loba is all the time, especially for the scenarios where they need to decide to set up shop super early or late game, being able to pull loot off of a lot of squads if they're in a safe space to do so. They could be very comfortable for the foreseeable future.
No doubt about it. And whenever TSM is in the area, you know that you've at least put yourself in a good position for the zone. Got to be a little bit concerned, though, for Built by Gamers. They're putting things down on over this building. They don't realize that there are people in there. There goes the tether to maybe get a little bit of a check to see if there are people potentially in there. No sound cues quite yet. You can see one player standing still. Now Sync is fully sending it over there, taking so much damage. Hello, yes, there is a team. Whoopsie.
This is a stressful push. As soon as Sync made his way through the doorway, instantly saw that there was another squad. They're going to decide to do the rift back to the safety of the original building, and hopefully they won't get punished too badly for this. But now all of the teams in the area know that something's up, and they can choose to try and capitalize on it or not.
Yeah, Vizay is interested for sure. That's going to be the revved up Thermite coming into the Rampage. So much damage went on to Sync. They are going to bounce back, though, and you can see the thought process there. They're like, all right, maybe we could foot it on over towards this building. Is it going to be taken? We would love to get a little bit further on the edge of the zone, but you also have that phase breach if you want to get back to that specific spot. It only costs them a little bit of healing, a little bit of dignity as well with some utilities. So not that bad, and getting out of there, definitely the move. One thing's for sure, if Lazarus was a full send right there on a Built by Gamers, this whole spot would have been lit up, and who's going to come out on top of that? I really feel like TSM would love some action over here early game to pick up some kill points.
Oh, they are waiting for the third-party opportunity right now, because you can see how ready to engage all of these teams are, but nobody wants to be the first one to make the move. And TSM is 100% going to not be the team, but they will instantly capitalize on someone who does. And when we did that last top down, you saw that there's even more teams in the area now. Furia was on the outskirts. Obviously, BBG had just made that rotation in. So this place is starting to get even fuller with these squads, and what that means, less real estate for them to try and hold on to. It means more squads that they're going to have to fight to maintain the limited amount of real estate that does exist in this area. And it seems calm now, but it is the calm before the storm, and this is when things can get scary.
Yeah, you're more likely to get a hotel at TwitchCon San Diego or Amsterdam at a good price than you are to get in the back of these buildings over here and Storm Point here on match 3, A versus C. Furia, big chillin' again. I'm not quite sure how they're able to all three basically do a little bit of Patrick Swayze ghost moment. They're all just coexisting inside of each other. That's cute, guys.
They're hanging out in the safety of their tree. Okay, they've got a spot and they're gonna hold on to it, and hopefully, what they want to do is potentially take over one of these buildings after somebody loses, right? But all these teams are playing very passively, very safe, for as long as they can. So we'll have to see who ends up being the first one to make that move. But now checking in with G2, ever on the edge as they are. Just doing some crafting here and getting looted up a little bit more before they continue their rotation around the edge of the zone and see if they can run into some more squads, because so far on the day they have not seemed afraid, even though we were hoping that they were able to have a little bit of a bounce back.
that G2 so hot right now, so edgy. And the thing is that they continue to play that way on World's Edge, right? So if you haven't noticed the difference in terms of how these teams are playing, right now, it's a big scan onto zone number 3. That's what you're seeing from Esports Arena. That's what you're seeing from G2. This has been very common with the Valkyrie meta, especially with Gibby. You're allowed to play the edge because you could fly over teams. If you get that scan onto zone number 3, you are getting so much information that other teams don't have. And then you could possibly get that god spot or that priority position that other teams were thinking, okay, maybe it was going to be over here. Nope, you have more information than they do, and that's why Noct is running as fast as possible.
You can see on the mini-map there just how many teams are slowly making their way into the safe zone. Just hanging out here for now. Like you said, not taking too much damage, but they're going to continue their rotations and their movements. And you can also see how many teams have already gotten themselves a nice place to hunker down in for now and hopefully fend off all of these edge playing squads. Buff Pathfinder looking at some potential real estate that they'd like to take, but knowing that there is a very high chance that there are many teams in the area. They're going to see if they can maybe do a drive-by here.
I thought they were going on a shopping spree, and they're going to need to buy some utility here very soon. Can I buy, you heard, can I buy a bottle or can I buy a bubble? You can definitely buy a bubble right there. It's going to be the only way that you're going to be able to survive this. Interestingly enough, I thought they were going to go for the med heals. Yeah, so instead of going for the battery, they're going to go make sure that they are completely healthy with that. And then coming around the zone is not going to be easy because look at this. Cloud9 is interested. Zach Mazer, he's sniffing them out.
He is just running straight towards them, knowing that they're kind of stuck between this rock and I guess a hard place, and trying to do some damage to them. Is able to do a little bit, decides to use the bracelet to get back out. Just a little bit of poke damage, let them know that they're there, that their push into the safe zone is not going to be as easy as they would like it to be. And look at the health on Ash. I mean, that was almost bad for Buff Pathfinder.
Almost terrible, because now that bubble comes back up. Now they're going to skyward dive. This is the play for sure. I thought they were going to go and hit the trident, but there's no reason to hit that trident if you're not going to throw the bubble on top of it. You can definitely assume that Cloud9 is going to be taking shots on over towards the side. But with 20 seconds left for this zone, they have to make a play here fairly soon, because zone number 3 is going to tick and rip them apart. Unfortunately, they are taking the long route away from the zone back to where they came from, so that did not work out in their favor, especially with 20 squads. Not one player down quite yet, which means that this is going to be stacked when we go to round number 3.
Yeah, that's round number 3 is probably going to be rough for some of these teams, especially if you're stuck being a little bit indecisive right now, like what Pathfinder has found themselves being forced to be, because that's never the situation you want to be in. As we see another skyward dive coming in from G2, finding themselves a nice little spot to hold on to for now, but they were spotted, and some poke damage is coming in to try and zone them off. Coming out of 100 Thieves, it seems like, who are right behind that G2 rotation.
100 Thieves has been doing very similar things, though. They're running the same composition. They're also looking forward to getting scans onto zone number 3. G2, they're chilling into the next zone, so they should be okay for now. But look at this. All resources are being used towards them. That's an offensive bombardment on top of their head. Shocked to me that they're not going for the bubble. We've seen this in the past. They have so many different batteries because they were able to use the replicators over and over again, so they're feeling pretty good about the situation. But they don't want to use their bubble, because once the bubble's down, you think a lot of utilities being thrown at you right now. Just wait until all teams figure out that this is the team that's sitting in first place.
You can see that ping, though, on the building that's to Resultas left right now. There was a ping over there. I think they know that that is open right now for them to potentially take, but Cloud9 is in the one that is right behind. They do decide to go for the open building with the phase breach, so that'll be some valuable safety that they have just afforded themselves. Even with the knock coming through, it doesn't matter, because no one really wants to push in now.
But also the little nuances, like Resulta needed to heal, right? So he's going to not go for that res so he can hit the battery, and they're just making sure that all of the time being spent through all of this is utilized correctly, because otherwise a team like Team Liquid may push you if they see a mistake. We were anticipating fighting happening over towards zone number 3. That's exactly the case. Aim God's going to be the next player to go down. You can see some shields being swapped back and forth. Knock, because he's going to be the entry fragger, is going to take that gold. Plus, he needs to heal his health up a little quicker too. So instead of using a med kit, they're going to get the double heal off of the syringe from the gold armor there. I love that little play coming in. Meanwhile, TSM throwing some Hail Marys up on over towards the roof. We weren't anticipating them to only have 8 points after 2 games, but you can see it's been so tough for them the entire time. Glitter, we got Esports Arena, and we got to listen in. Let's hop on board with them and see what they're doing.
Hard to find out because this team across can just fucking beam me. I need the sound horn. No, it's a crypto team over there. We might be able to play down by the juicer.
I was about to say, let's look towards the juicer area.
I don't see anything.
Watch out, nut team's kind of looking. We could literally go into. We could play right here. This looks free. I think we play for that.
You don't think we'll get pressured?
Oh wait, I think there's a team there. Fuck. Wait, a team just Valkulted out of Fish Farms. We gotta make a choice here in the next 20 seconds. I don't see a team in here.
Out our back.
Inside the house is barely in, and it could be good. Okay, look at the map, Knocked. We're either gonna play for the beacon, this house, or over here. I don't know how good that last ping is, but.
Alright, let me know when you want to Valko.
We can play it yet. We should do it.
Dude.
Yeah.
You don't think there's anywhere we could play outside the buildings over on the right or left?
I don't think so.
Alright, you ready to Valcall? We just got a Valcall, dude.
Let's go.
That? Okay.
Okay, there's a team there.
We could try and live here,
I'm
maybe.
cracked, I'm cracked. Call it.
Let's try and live there.
Oh my god,
try
he's
and live
one.
there.
Break off, he's
Go
one.
back, Knocked. Go right here.
I'm gonna die here.
No, you're not.
I have no medkit, I'm batting right here.
Oh, I don't have a medkit either.
Swap armors with me,
Here's a syringe. That's my last syringe.
Give me the armor. You took
You guys... 60 on a Ash from popping a cell.
I'm gonna sell this up. Okay, swap back with me, dude.
Flying above us.
Careful the window.
Watch out, they have a window, be here. You ready to swap back? Any syringes?
There's 2 teams in here. There's a team upstairs and downstairs.
I'm ready to swap.
Nope.
Risky rotations being forced onto Esports Arena, putting them in yet another rough spot. They were originally outside of TSM's building. Now they're outside of literally everybody's building because everyone's inside of it, Tom. And in the meantime, how many people were dying in the kill feed?
What a job, though. I love the little break-off strategy that they had there, and there was so many things that came into fruition for them to stay alive, but also not using their bubble was a very disciplined play. They're running extremely lows on heals, so they're constantly tossing that gold armor back and forth. While that's happening, they're picking up some knocks along the way. Bad Boys, winners of game number 1. They're on the ropes right now, and it looks like they are going out in 14th place. Renegades picking up those points and feeling good about all the loot now around them.
Oh my god. They just blew up the kill feed with that huge win there for Renegades. And you know that Bad Boys is going to be pissed about that early exit there. But lots of loot now. And you can see that the kill feed's not stopping anytime soon. I mean, you've got Skittle Cakes in there. We've got Lazarus in there. TSM, we've been watching them. They have been slowly making their way out of the building that nobody was really pushing up onto them for. I was terrified, Tom. When Esports Arena was right outside, I was almost certain that somehow they were going to end up fighting each other.
That was the fight that we all wanted, let's be honest. We were like, all right, everyone just pushed on this one, but just watch how when that skyward dive went down, Hal sneaks around the corner with the wingman, and he started that whole scare for Esports Arena because Knock was down to a sliver HP. If he gets knocked in the air, we all know that the rest of the players are falling down with that Valkyrie. So that's why they broke off, they split off. The fact that everybody pinged over towards that corner, they all had the presence of mind to get over there, and then all of a sudden you see the Horizon queue, that grab lift inside of the door so nobody can push out. All those little things really adding up for Esports Arena. It's a checklist of things that have to happen, and it happens all within split seconds. Meanwhile, Lazarus on their rotation, another skyward dive. But where do you go in this instance? A lot of these vacancies are already taken.
Yeah, and that's rough, and they're going to try to maybe look towards the very bottom edge of the zone, but I believe Cloud9 is taking up real estate down there. We know that there's not a lot of space. They're going to have to pick a squad or a really open area. It looks like they're going for the open area, going to try and use these rocks here for a little bit of cover and just at least get themselves away from that one building, because I really think there are 3 or 4 teams. And the Kraber shot instantly onto Furia. This could be a great opportunity for them to push.
In the face. The thing is, they don't have an Ash to go and phase breach on over there. Otherwise, they could have taken that bubble and then used their bubble to survive any other third party that was coming on. But the damage has been done. They get the bleed out. That also opens up that map on the northwest side. You can see pings going down. They understand that there's more bubbles that are being used. So much action happening all over for Lazarus. It's crazy that they were able to find a little bit of safe haven in between 20 different teams, basically.
Oh, okay, G2 just went down. CLX went down. I think that EA Sports Arena is finding themselves in the middle of a battle as well. Everyone decided that now was the time to push, and still on the outskirts and very healthy is TSM, watching all of this go down and just biding their time.
Yeah, G2, your number 1 and 2nd place team, ESA, they are out. Now TSM trying to get into this kill feed as much as possible. You saw it just lit up, and it was absolutely insane how many teams were just eliminated. Built by Gamers was eliminated as well. Renegades having one of their better games here, feeling themselves inside of the building over here with a lot of damage and a lot of kills. This could be a massive game for Renegades and Glitterju. They really need it. Renegades has been a little bit underperforming in terms of their standards and ours on the analyst test, so it's nice to see Madness popping off over here as Madness does.
Renegades taking out TSM. Now so many of those top squads out that they don't have to worry about. I believe we saw 100 Thieves. Around the other side, I think Cloud9 has still been left alone on the bottom edge of that zone, so they'll potentially still be up over by the gravity lift. Lazarus is still alive. Oh my god, this is somehow the rotation that Lazarus made didn't end up punishing them. They were able to do enough damage with the Kraber to force everybody else to focus on Furia across the way and then capitalize off of that aggression.
And 100 Thieves, I believe they're 3rd place right now in the overall standings for today. They're trying to make some moves, but that's 145 coming in for Madness. Also a tether, 3 shots left in that Kraber. Ping's going down. It looks like he wants to maybe use these shots and then switch on over to a secondary if it's possible. So expect some Kraber shots to rip here as the zone closes.
Just gonna use up those last 3 bullets and hopefully make them count as they end up getting peeked around the side of the rock. I cannot believe they didn't get more punished for that. Renegades now being forced into an engagement. I think that was Lazarus making the push. No, it's Cloud9 making the push onto Renegades, and Renegades are in a lot of trouble. Saucer being the only player left alive for the squad.
100 Thieves now cleaning up, and you can see, I believe Pau does go down, so that is going to be 1 squad remaining, and it is going to be a 1-on-1. Yes, it's Cloud9 going up against 100 Thieves. Both of them are extremely healthy until Onmu just gets ripped apart. Zach Mazer looking strong with that R301. Woo, Cloud9. Hello, welcome to the winner's circle. They take game number 3.
That was such good gameplay by Cloud9. They held the lone edge of that bottom half of the zone. No one was over there with them. I mean, there was a chance that when Lazarus went for that skyward dive that I thought they might try to maybe look over there. They realized there was already a squad and they didn't want to deal with it. No one really pressured Cloud9. They were able to hold that spot for so long and deal damage. I mean, I think there was a point where Esports Arena actually was dealing a couple damage. They got some shield cracks out of them, but then couldn't really go for it because of how many people were behind them in the building.
Hectic game seems to kind of favor Cloud9 and how just hyped up they get with their communication. They're always barking call-outs. 21 points coming in for the C9 squad, but still a really big game coming in for Renegades, and boy did they need it. We touched base on where they were standing previously. They picked up 12 kills overall. What an absolutely insane kill feed that we saw right there. I'm surprised that the game didn't crash. That's how many people were in that zone. I think my PC would have been shaking at that point.
And the Kraber shots out of Madness. You've said it a couple times now. They needed a bounce back, and Storm Point seems to be the map to do that on for most of these teams. If you want an opportunity to really get some good footing, gain some good ground in those standings, Storm Point is going to be your opportunity to do so, as we can see where the rest of the teams fell in those overall standings. This, though, for me, Tom, I don't know about you, but it felt like this might have been the longest we had to wait before we finally really got into engagements.
No doubt about it, and that's what's so special about Apex and the ALGS. Everybody just putting on a masterclass of how to play these zones. We saw so many different rotations coming in that were failed. We saw so many rotations that worked, and then we saw some amazing things like Lazarus getting into the middle of the zone right there, fighting off all these different teams. We saw Esports Arena desperately trying to get from outside of TSM's building to outside of another building inside of the zone too. But all in all, Stay Naughty, Alrilli, Zach Mazer coming through with the big dub and picking up 9 kills to boot. Yeah, not the most damage we've ever seen from this squad, but either way, I love the aggressive play coming through, and I guarantee their comms were lit. So if you have not checked out that multi-view yet, make sure that you do in the command center. It's exciting to see what happens now as we start to move on over to World's Edge for the final 3 games. Our leaderboard is going to look absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if things change now that we're making our way over to World's Edge, because we've seen that sometimes it does favor the teams that have played it for so long. And so that'll give an opportunity to all of the teams that needed to do well and didn't do on Stormpoint to maybe pick it up on World's Edge, while all of the other teams were able to capitalize early on in the day. Huge point boosts for every single one of our winners so far. I mean, I'm stoked with how it's playing out today, because it's not what I anticipated, Tom.
Definitely not what we anticipated. Let's bring Kate back so we can go and take a look at everything that's transpired over these last 3 games. Whew, can we catch our breath, Kate? Are you good?
I'm good, but I will say that's a great way to put it, not anticipated. So here's the thing. I talked about the ESA-TSM rivalry earlier, like a King Kong versus Godzilla. But Glitter, what I really should have framed it was like King Kong versus Godzilla versus Mothra versus Megalon versus Mechagodzilla. I'm just saying versus. Right? The reality is that this lobby has been out of control, and quite frankly, TSM and ESA not been the winners of any of the first 3 matches.
Which is just, it is definitely surprising. I'm not going to say it's not, especially with the consistency that we've seen out of both of those teams on their last play days. However, it's also really cool because I love that we get to talk about other teams. I love that they're all showing their strengths and why they deserve to be here. And it's entertaining.
It is, absolutely. Now, here's the thing. As we're looking through these highlights for match number 1, Tom, I'm going to talk to you real quick here. 100 Thieves showed us in-game number 1, as you're going to see here shortly. Even if you have that God spot in that low ground, high ground firefight, you're 1 phase breach away from really losing it, right? Break down, Tom, if you would, this end circle for us, because this part of the Stormpoint can be really tricky.
You just saw G2 take that away from 100 Thieves, but then all of a sudden the team on the bottom is the team that's going to be having a huge advantage here, basically because the architecture of the building, the roof is a lot smaller than the ground level, and the ground level has an awning. So because you have that much more space, that means you're able to put your bubble down last, which means last bubble wins. We've been talking about that all night. But yeah, I love the dynamic that we're seeing right now. I think people are learning how to play Stormpoint. I think they've learned from TSM and ESA what better teams to learn from than the teams that are sitting in first place. There's definitely going over the VODs, they're going over the strategies and making some sort of adjustment, which is why you're going to see that reflect in the leaderboard.
Absolutely, and since we're looking at match number 2 here, you got to talk about that TSM strat that really showed that 1 rat can take out a top 2 team. So, Glitter, maybe start us off here, break this down as we're taking a look through these highlights. How that strat, so basically, that 1 rat right outside that building as the TSM was sitting literally on the edge of circle can break that camel's back.
It's because it's not what you're expecting, right? Are you really prepared for the 1 lone solo player to just completely go YOLO? And no, you're not. That's not the plan. And so that's sometimes the best strategy, because catching people off guard is such a prime opportunity when you are that lone player to just get that last ditch effort for KP, because realistically, if you're in a 1-3-1 at this level, or 1v3 at this level, you're not going to win.
That really should be a rule, Kate. I think that anytime that you're the rat and you have to send it on somebody, you need to scream YOLO. If you don't do that, you immediately get eliminated from the lobby.
I'm very much down for this. Very much down for this new rule, for sure. And I gotta say, my 100 Thieves prediction, they've been consistent here too, Tom. In fact, actually, I think there's an element to all of this, which is consistency. And Stormpoint, not the easiest, as we talk about, not the easiest map to not be vertical on. We've seen even some more Lobas here today, which is so exciting for me. I love a new comp.
I think that what you're seeing right now is 100 Thieves having a lot of zone knowledge compared to the other teams. And I think that that's very impressive because they're having a conversation on where they want to go. And that means that they're reciprocating what each other are saying and they're making their move much earlier than other teams. And that's why they've been so darn consistent through these first 3.
Absolutely. And as we take a look at those drop spots here, Glitter, let's talk about a little bit of those polls here from that Storm Point 3-match series we saw. Southeast, pulling your gal station. We saw he headed towards Stormcatcher. We saw directly Central. Talk to me a little bit about what teams we were expecting to do well, and certainly what teams we're seeing here that could have done a little bit better given their positioning.
You know, I think that we did obviously expect, especially with the first zone on that first game, we expected TSM to do well. It favored them a lot. And combining that with their play style is something that should have worked out well for them. But it was that unfortunate skyward dive that they had to do, a rotation into just an absolute slaughterhouse of teams waiting for someone to be forced into that situation that kind of sent the game not in their favor. But no matter what zone we're looking at here, there were teams, like you're saying, that we should have expected to do well. Game number 3, look at Cloud9 and their positioning for where the zone was. It allowed them to get there early enough, right, to hold a good spot. But no matter what, and this is what we're really seeing on Stormpoint specifically, even if you're getting there early, because of how different this is compared to World's Edge, sometimes it just still doesn't go your way. And then sometimes it does. Cloud9 was able to keep everybody off, deal enough poke damage that nobody wanted to push them, and they ended up coming out on top in the end.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at how on top some of those teams have gotten themselves on our leaderboards here. Remember, we are 3 maps in, 3 maps out here. Oh boy, look at them apples. Okay, our producer Seb will be very excited about that result here, resulting in Resulta being numero uno here, Tomas.
I think this is the most even leaderboard we've seen after 3 games ever in the ALGS. We'll have to get if that's true or not, but this is so exciting for everybody involved going, except maybe if you're playing, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, but either way, if you are playing in this lobby, you still stand a chance mathematically, and I don't think that we've had the opportunity to say that in the previous group stages. This is so close. Look at how Cloud9, with 1 win, was able to jump up 12 spots. They were in second to last place. Now they're in 7th place. This is so exciting.
It is absolutely, and I do love that you said that there, Tom, because the reality is that we kept talking and hyping for understandable reasons. TSM, ESA. We kept hyping them up, and I think that they are incredible, and quite frankly, when World's Edge becomes a factor, I feel like things are going to really open up, and there's going to be a lot of different action, certainly. But I gotta say, playing spoiler to the 2 headliners feels like such a great moment here, and it feels like this is exactly the kind of Apex that we all wanted but didn't deserve, and that's kind of where I'm at here. Glitter, what are your thoughts?
Okay, I know Tom was just saying how close he thinks it's the closest it's ever been. I was just checking every other day, including yesterday, and the gap right now is 15 points-ish or 16 points from 1st to 7th, 8th. That's what the gap typically is between 1st and 2nd for every other day. So right now, there are too many teams too close to each other. So every single KP at this point, every kill, every placement point you can get is actually huge right now for our standings.
And huge, of course, going on Storm Point here. As we mentioned, we started there. We're going to World's Edge, and as a reminder, this is our double round robin feature. Once that second round robin begins, well, we're going to switch these around. So next week, you're going to see our Storm Point going in match 4, 5, and 6, and World's Edge becoming there right away for sure. Well, my gosh, we have had so much fun here. It's been literally, Tom, I'm just going to put this out there, and maybe I'm going to beat a dead horse here, but it feels like this was something none of us saw coming.
No doubt about it, but I love the teams that have won already, like Bad Boys, Nightmare, then Casuals, who is on our teams to watch. These were the teams that stepped up on Storm Point. We'll find out if they can continue on World's Edge, and will the teams that we were expecting to do really well, like the TSM and ESAs, how are they going to come through after they didn't have their performance on Storm Point that they were looking for?
Absolutely. Well, hey, you know, the drama and the action unfolds obviously during these fabulous tournaments, but it's constantly going 24/7, 365 over on all of our social channels. And if you want to follow, why wouldn't you? Head over to Twitter at Play Apex Esports, at Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and of course at Play Apex on Twitch. Listen, they're doing some incredible things over there on our YouTube channel. If you want to know more about the final circles, if you want to know more about the perspective from your favorite pros, I guarantee you're going to find some incredible information that could perhaps level up your own game. So something to think about there. Well, match number 4 is coming right up after this, so stay with us. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. North America is just heating up. Here we go.
I'm pushing up, push up if you can. I'm good now.
70 on that Valk,
Nice.
Good job. Oh, shit, we needed that.
That's so bad. I think we get like 23 points or something there, maybe.
I gotta get.
That's how you play lobby. You just play.
Has our faith been restored, boys? Has our faith been restored? Yeah.
Well, welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS North American Pro League Split 2. And I tell you what, if you're just joining us right now, you have picked the perfect time to do so. Onset and Gaskin are here to take you through the first game on World's Edge. But Danny, it could not be closer. It's been a little bit of a different pattern to what we've seen in previous days of play, where we've had a couple of teams kind of extending their leads and it's all looking over. But right now, anyone, and I mean anyone, can really turn up and turn this table on its head.
And it's what I said previously, you just want to put yourself in a good position going into World's Edge. Storm Point still has some question marks above it with consistency for some of these teams. Cloud9 were down in the bottom half of the leaderboards, but they get that victory, they put themselves right back into the mix. And now we go to World's Edge where they'll be far more comfortable. Are they putting themselves in with a real shot of taking the entire day here?
I think that's a really good point. Cloud9, we know, are a confidence team. They're a momentum team, and one win for them. And the way that they won that game as well, with such confident play, especially from the point of view that we saw it from Zach Mazer, is only going to build more and more as we head into home ground for so many of these teams. It's World's Edge time, everybody. 3 more games today. We're into game number 4 as we start off with the POV of C9.
When you look at the kind of middle area of this leaderboard at the moment, and you've got Cloud9 currently in 7th, TSM down in 9th. You've got some real teams in the middle of the pack that could definitely upset those who are at the very top. So if you're the likes of G2, 100 Thieves, Nightmare, ESA, who are at the top of this leaderboard, you really need to start off hot here on World's Edge. Otherwise, you're going to allow those other big teams to come right back into things, gain that momentum and confidence that you thought of, and then suddenly you're going to be one of those middle table sides. So you have to take advantage of the advantage you have right now. As we look at the circle, it is going to be heading all the way south, and it is going to be down in the tree area. So that's going to be great news for the likes of Renegades.
Also good news for G2 as well. They can creep their way in. They can hold all those teams out, rotating in from the northern side, using that terrain to their advantage. A really, really big opportunity here for G2 to maybe extend that lead that they have by just 2 points at the top of our leaderboards. But just to give you a little bit of perspective, if you are joining us, you haven't seen the leaderboards. I mean, you go all the way down to even the bottom of the table, as crazy as it might sound, Dan. If you put 20 points on the board, a win and a decent amount of KP, you could jump up into, 6th, 7th place. That is how close it is between the teams at the moment, as BBG are currently in a fight here.
Definitely a chance for BBG to try and take advantage of the early damage they were able to get into this fight, but if they take any themselves, they're only on grey, so they want to try and finish this as quick as possible. CLX were on the back foot, but it looks like CLX have been able to heal up.
CLX have healed up for now, but Cruzen's trying to poke out. Missed shots by Mr. Hakulo is going to maybe cost them here. The bubble is going to be 4. Sicty's going to be pushing in for BBG. Tempest is weak, but Sicty's doing some good damage. Tempest actually gets the first knock onto Mr. Hakulo. Now it's a 2v2, but now it's a 2 versus 0, as it will be BBG who come out with the win. Our first team are eliminated here over at launch site.
Yeah, BBG, another one of those teams that are kind of mid-table at the moment, could definitely launch themselves up with a big game. 19th, then 5th, then 7th. They've got a few kills in games 2 and 3. They haven't looked like a team that is going to jump up and win a lobby yet for me, but World's Edge might turn things around for them, that's for sure. You are getting a brief look at those leaderboards just on the right-hand side of your screen there as we scale all the way down to the bottom team, which is currently Washed, who are in 20th place with only 1 point. But CLX eliminated on 9. That gives all those teams that are below them a chance to overtake them and get closer towards that top 10.
I mean, the standout thing here is you see the teams remaining once again on the right-hand side is it's just a point or 2 between all of them. It really is that close, and it's going to be some very, very tense final circles as we do get in towards those latter games. This is one of the latter games now, as I say, game number 4. As built by gamers are going to be feeling very, very confident now, and also they're going to have a pretty good rotation towards where that circle is going to be. Speaking of rotations, you can see that TSM have beacon information. They're going to know where that zone is going. They're currently doing a little bit of crafting here over at Harvester, which is going to allow Reps to maybe get that armor up, but I'll tell you what, I'm quite glad he didn't drop his armor there, because if he did, he might be on his back.
Yeah, Gibraltar stood still at a station, usually a very easy target to hit. And I think Reps will be counting on his lucky stars that he still is alive, and yep, that's okay. Use the bubble this time to make sure that you're going to pick it up. Optimal Ambition are the side that are very close by to TSM here and could look to try and push this fight if they're able to get any more free damage once more. So TSM have to be very quick about their movement here. I think they, with the beacon information, they will definitely want to try and move down towards that tree area sooner rather than later, but they could play on the very edge here of Harvester if they would like.
Yeah, we have seen some zones pull back this way as well. Remember, there's a final zone around the truck. There's one that finishes just outside a Harvester, and It's certainly one of those zones where I think a lot of teams are going to be thinking, how's this one going to pull? Is it going to be a funky pull? Is it going to be predictable? And as soon as those questions are in your head, then you know it's going to be unpredictable. But here's C9 once again involved in a fight. You can see Lee is fighting against Stay Naughty, and Stay Naughty is going to be good in that one. But Abralele is also down in that fight. So it looks like that C9 fight is continuing here. We still have 19 squads down. We don't have a result to it. Buff Pathfinder on the other side of this C9 fight. It's going to be up to Bursty to try and clutch up for Buff Pathfinder.
This might be a 1 versus 1, if I'm honest. There's shields to use for both sides. Bursty is at a full complement of health, so we'll be feeling confident about this one, and is going to just tap the res here. Getting tick damage, so gets all that information about where the player may be. Will get that res on board.
See, he's got the res off, as you say. Does have knockdown shields to play against as well. Nice damage, big damage coming in from the wingman, but so is the damage coming in from that car. Now you're going to see the player stepping forward. Noi is going to burst the shields of one and get the re-knock, but he's got to be careful here. Dre Savix is the last player here with the Peacekeeper in his hand. He'll have to clutch this up. The longer this fight goes on, the more audio cues are going to be there. He hits 20 flesh damage. Is he going to get challenges? 99, he needs to hit one more shot. No! But can he do it? No, he has to hit the reload. And C9 and Noi clutch up in the biggest of ways. Oh, it was nervy there for C9, but the winners of our previous game pick up the KP they need, and it was Naughty with 3 to his name.
Naughty had no right winning that fight, by the way. Essentially in a 1 versus 2 for a small amount of time, but just able to get those final bullets behind the player who was trying to hide behind the shields, and then in that final 1v1, I think Naughty probably thought it was over. But then, of course, flicking out that weapon, had to reload. C9 wiped the sweat from their brow, and now they can just chill out a little bit. They can loot up, and they can reassess as to where they want to go for this next circle. But just going back to your points about where that circle's going to pull, actually, never mind. We'll focus on this fight. TSM, they're engaging.
Big damage coming in from Verholst as well with that hemlock in his hand. And like you say, maybe just a little bit of a pause in the analysis because the action is kicking off here. Imperial Hao taking a little bit of a wide flank here. The bomb going to be forced. So Hao's going to be in a position playing on Wraith again. Just something to note. Ooh. But not going to be able to get the knocks. Speaking of knocks, and knocks, 2 players down momentarily, although the gold bag is certainly going to help out Esports Arena here. Duplex trying to hold off the push that's coming in from the team inside of the building, but Esports Arena kind of in a sticky situation here, Dan. Although we know how Esports Arena like to play these kind of situations. They like to fight.
Yeah, this gold bag's just going to be absolutely huge, though, for Esports Arena. Back up to a full 3 now, and they should be able to get this wipe, because Washed are on the other side, and they are very much struggling for health. As I say, that Antboy does allow a medkit to get off, so it's a 2 versus 3 that they find themselves in after getting the initial knocks, and they're just trying to run away.
Yeah, they don't have the armor really to win this one either. You can see they're just trying to get away. It's not going to happen. Skittle Cakes, he's going to hunt you down, and so is the rest of Esports Arena. So 2 teams who have looked pretty strong today, starting off the games here on World's Edge with clutch wins in team fights. And TSM, maybe it's their time to join them.
Yeah, still in this fight, RTSM, but they finally got that knock, so now they can get a little bit more aggressive. They're trying to pinch this squad that are inside the building. Someone flanks right, someone flanks left. It's as simple as that. Verholst gets the initial damage, and you just need the cleanup now to come through. TSM have been able to survive this fight and should get the wipe.
They should get the wipe, but I don't think they're going to be credited with some of these KP. As you can see, the BBG are overlooking this fight and are actually picking up some of those downs. So that's going to be a little bit frustrating for TSM. We'll have to see if they do transfer into points when we get to the leaderboards once again. But Built by Gamers, like I mentioned, the team who are kind of harassing the outside of that fight do have some assists to their name even from that first fight. So maybe BBG, who are making their way towards Tree right now, might be in for somewhat of a game here.
Yeah, 5 KP already for BBG. So if they can get into, well, just 1 more position, that'll be an extra placement point. That'll give them 6 for the game already. And then start to worm their way into top 10, maybe even think about top 5. And then that's when things start to get a little bit serious for a points total, because kills do naturally follow when you are engaging in those fights and you do get to the latter stages of this game. So 1 minute 30 until this circle comes in, until we get some more information as well where this circle is going to be heading. But TSM looks like they're more than happy to reside here for some time, wait for that information to come towards them. They do have a beacon that they can use just northeast of them if they wanted to head it, but they're currently good for now. It's pulling a little bit closer towards Lava Siphon, slightly away from Tree. There is a lot of open area in this circle as well, but of course a few buildings here or there that you can reside in.
And those train tracks are going to be vital to play towards the end game, whether it's controlling the height, whether it's just playing underneath and using that rock cover to your advantage. But TSM, I think they're going to be maybe a little bit frustrated with what happened there. If we talk about the leaderboards, Dan, and how the difference in the teams is just a point or two, you look at C9, they clutch up, Naughty going huge to pick up the 3 KP. Those 3 points, and then you go back to ESA, picking up 3 points when they lost a player as well. TSM only coming out of that with, it looks like maybe 1 assist, 1 kill to their name. That could be the difference at the end of the day.
They were massive fights, not only because you talk about the 1 or 2 points difference, but the fact it was against Buff Pathfinder, who are currently 18th, and Washed, who are currently 20th. They are somewhat out of the runnings of catching people up. So if you went down to them, then that is just a massive advantage to those teams who are kind of around you. So they really were some important kills, and they had to clutch up. Otherwise, you kind of throw your chances away, just allowing the other teams to gain so many more points of you in match number 4. TSM are going to head over towards that beacon that I was speaking of, gain that information as round 2 closes.
Reps is going to be Sherpering the holster as well. The bubble will go down, you'd imagine, in just a few seconds' time to make sure the Valkyrie does not fall over. You'd much rather Valkyrie on her feet or maybe even in the skies, as they do get that information, like you say, from the beacon. So TSM planning their next move here. Currently pretty comfortable, though, inside a Lava Siphon. They won't have to do too much, but you can see they're going to have to at least creep forward a few inches here as C9 also make their way downtown.
Yeah, TSM might try and wait for another scan in 50 seconds when that circle has closed, so they can get even better information and more accurate information as to where that circle's going. But it really depends on if they're challenged, if they are tested. But TSM have spotted out the team below them, and they say, you know what? How about we try and pick up some KP here?
And I think that's Cloud9 actually down low, so Verholst is going to send in the missile swarm. He's going to get big damage as well. I think that was multiple cracks actually coming in. Defensive bombardment thrown as well. And now the question is, can they get the kills? Yes, they can. Verholst takes down one of the Cloud9 players. Naughty falls on his back. Zach Mazer having to play from inside the zone. And you can see that Abralele as well. He's probably thinking, do I go for the res? Do I try and escape? He's going to try and stick the res here. Zach Mazer's trying to provide some cover, but C9 once again look like they're under pressure here.
Well, C9 get them back up. Hal was taken down, but also has been picked back up. So both back to full 3. And TSM look like they're probably going to retreat out of this one, retake positioning. But they're not going to get that beacon that they were originally thinking they were going to play for. Instead, they carry on rotating into the circle and will go back to the building where they had originally, which is going to be fine. They can hold out C9 ever so slightly here. And C9 may have to consider maybe an ultimate to get past TSM here.
Yeah, they might have to, but you're looking at the heals and you're looking at time, and that's another thing you got to keep in the back of your mind, right? Do they have the med kits? Do they have the syringes to get back to full health, to tank the zone as they head into the skies? Because this is zone 3, so this thing is starting to hurt a little bit, these teams, as Imperial Howe is just making sure that he's watching this one like a hawk with the 301 in his hands. But for now, TSM are going to, looks like, leave C9 to their own devices. They look to the skies, expecting that skyward dive to come in, and it has come in from C9, so you called it perfectly. This is an opportunity, though, maybe to chip away, and if you could do enough damage on the way down, maybe another team can eliminate C9.
Yeah, C9 are probably panicking a little bit, wondering where they're going to fall, and actually, that was pinged just seconds ago by Hal, saying this area is currently free, but C9 get there first thanks to the Valkyrie ultimate. Slurpy G is going to be between them though, just ratting out. He could be a little bit of a thorn in the side to both of these squads if he goes unnoticed and gets involved in that fight a little bit later. But for now, Cloud9, they're just going to set up fort here, set up camp, and they should be sitting pretty unless TSM decide to get aggressive.
Interesting composition here from Cloud9 as well, and to be honest, on reflection, one I really like here for them on World's Edge. One thing that C9 have struggled for, right? Consistency. If you can get a good spot and you've got Zach Mazer changing over to Caustic, then it's going to almost force them to play together, right? You don't want to leave these kind of areas. You don't want to overextend for fights, and with the KP that they already have on board, C9 not only with a great spot, but with the perfect legend to hold it down as well.
Yeah, they can hold down this spot. They've got a lot of angles they can watch, not just on the same level, but they can also go over to the platform and look down below them and get some maybe free KP on teams just trying to scarper in late to a later circle. Right now, it doesn't matter too much because this is still quite a big circle, especially considering there's 15 squads remaining now. Usually with circles like this, you might see 20 squads still going down, but Slurpy G's been spotted out. TSM, they got their noses to the ground and they've sniffed out the rat.
Let's see if they can eliminate him. It's one of those situations where you know that Cloud9's in the vicinity, so you can't overextend, because even if you get the kill, but you take enough damage, C9 will swoop on that. They will know that the opportunity for a KP is there, and then rotating in as a 2 is just even more dangerous. But once again, we just see TSM creeping up here on Cloud9. They will not know this is Cloud9, but we do it here in the castle booth, and you certainly do at home.
Yeah, they may have a slight idea if they know rotations, if they know drops, if they know skins, but again, it's so difficult to try and think about all that when you've got other things to focus on, as Nightmare are making their way through. And they're probably gonna, out of bounds and then drop in. Are they dropping in onto another team though? They've got a bubble to work with here.
Yeah, hitting the vert ramp and, as you say, dropping in, maybe trying to pick up some speed, but Furia are there inside of this little compound, the fences that are held down for quite some time. Furia going to be able to escape though and hold the ground as the defensive bombardment does come in, and now look at Nightmare. They are taking all sorts of damage there. You've got ESA on the outside of this as well, looking in, trying to pick up some KP, and it is going to be Fury who decide to push this one. Washi will go down as well. They haven't got the full wipe so far, but 2 players down. You would imagine in just a few moments this will be Furia picking up 3.
Yeah, Nightmare should be eliminated, will be eliminated, and Furia are just thanking the heavens for whatever dropped from the sky to give them that extra KP. And they put themselves on several, but at least the gold bag is there. One went down, but they should be okay and can reposition and just reset here. There's the next information on Circle as well. And you can see one team is already in that kind of final Circle area, but because it's so open and there's such little space to play, even if you're already there's a lot of teams that are going to be walking in on you and going to have a lot of vision on you to work with as well. As for the likes of TSM, we were on board with earlier, they have a little way to move. C9 have got to move from where they were as well. So this is not going to be comfortable for several teams who are on the outside as this has pulled back towards Tree.
Yeah, I think TSM might have already made the move, or C9. One of the 2 teams has certainly made that move or is looking to do so, but for now, G2 are bang center zone, bang center circle, and Designful is on Caustic. So they will have this locked down, Dan. And G2, I mentioned, top of the leaderboards right now, having watched the kill feed, and they won't obviously know who is picking up the kills, but with C9 and the chasing pack all involved in team fights where they are picking up kills, then G2 have got to hold this down.
It's a difficult one for G2. If they want to try and pick up KP, then they need to show a presence. But anyway, Cloud9 are still under pressure. It's probably TSM and Slurpee G on the other side, as they were previous, because now they're all stepping up. Now they all want this position, and Cloud9 are running.
We'll jump into a listening straight away with C9, because Noise under pressure. Let's see what we can do.
Back, I'm in a good spot on me.
I'm fucked, bro.
Dude, what the fuck? I can't fucking move.
If you can get the Mac, how do you do it?
Oh, I couldn't.
Yes,
Dude,
Mac.
why did we opt out of that? He's on me.
Shut up. Just let him play. Mac is in a really good spot right now.
Well, C9, we heard only the back end of that fight that went down, but it didn't seem comfortable, and from the result of it, it was not comfortable. Team Liquid inside of this building, though. You can see Imperial Howl also in the kill feed, taking down Sorcerer of Renegades. They will just about be safe here for now. Now, can they keep their heads down? Can they keep a low profile? Much in the way that Albrale will be hoping to do for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 are frustrated with that one. They weren't able to win that engagement. They backed out of it. There were some questions in the comms of why did we back out of it? We probably should have taken it. And this comes back to the point I was making when we were on Storm Point, the kind of fight or flight scenario. Do you just sometimes take that fight and take that risk rather than just allowing one player to get away and try and rat out for some placement points? Because realistically, even though it's a very tight lobby and 1 or 2 points can make a difference, you want to still be hitting those big kill games to try and push yourselves up to that first place situation.
Well, G2 right in the center of zone right now, trying to hold down height, and understandable why they would, but having to give it up for a few seconds here as the shots are coming in from multiple angles. I mentioned how this will be a good zone for G2, and you can see exactly why as well. But TSM, having made their way over from Fragment East, fully kitted out in red armor right now, they are ready to fight.
Yeah, this has been a really nice follow-on for TSM. You get a real idea of how they like to play these circles. They've been slowly but surely creeping their way in. They haven't gone for any Hail Mary Valkyrie ultimates as well. They've just been playing one zone to the next, being on the edge and reassessing where people are and what they have to work with and which fights they have to take. And even though they've not picked up an insane amount of KP, if they can get into this final circle, then KP should just naturally follow, but it isn't going to be an easy move, that's for sure. There's a lot of teams that are going to have eyes on the direction they're currently in right now.
You can see 100 Thieves as well. Lazarus and BBG coexisting for now as 100 Thieves make their play. They show their cards. Now, will it be an ace or will it be a joker? That's what we're about to find out as they're trying to find a spot to land in. The passive is giving all the information that they could possibly want. Are they going to try and maybe land up on these tracks and just use the information to form a next rotation. Instead, they're going to land right at the bottom of this tree plant and see if they can survive.
Bubble goes down, and they can at least look around and see what's happening, but also Bubble's landing for everyone else. Hal has got kills in the kill feed. TSM are starting to get aggressive on Lazarus, but everyone now is falling around them.
Yeah, you can see that TSM are picking up kills. 100 Thieves trying to clean up this rat on the edge of zone as well. They will be able to do so. So that will be one team eliminated. Literally vibing will forwards. Also, 100 Thieves taking a huge amount of damage here as Scurry goes down.
Cloud9 got wiped, Renegades also eliminated. 100 Thieves down to just 2, will be 1. Omnu the last remaining player, but as an Ash, you've got a lot of responsibility. You can get out of dodge, you can survive. 9 squads remaining.
G2 lose a player as well. 100 Thieves on Moon now, left on his own. His 2 teammates will be finished off. Team Liquid just creeping their way forward and now introducing themselves to the lobby. Fun with some big shots coming out of the Devo. Reps also in the feed for TSM, taking down one of BBG, who seem to be fighting tooth and nail here with TSM. Imperial Hal trying to do what he can to fire on this player down on height. Verholst will be taken down as well, and now Hal left in a sticky situation. Verholst actually back on his feet, excuse me.
With a goal bag as well.
Pick up the kill onto the last player from 100 Thieves, so 100 Thieves are out.
Yep, gold bag is absolutely massive there for TSM. I love what Team Liquid are doing, but Fury are in the same place just below them. That's going to get very awkward very quickly, but TSM have to try and win this engagement.
Oh, they're making the play as well. They're trying to take height here, and they will take height. TSM get the clean wipe. Nobody falls while they do so. G2, look at it here. Respawn in these final moments as well, and Risotto will be able to get it off. So Designful will be rejoining in these last seconds as the Caustic hits the ground. Maybe those barrels will be the difference.
I mean, Caustic's going to hit the ground with a thump, but Xset also doing some damage from behind. Lazarus get caught out once again and should be wiped here if they play this correctly. 7 squads remaining. G2 and TSM in a good spot if Designful can get his stuff back, which at the moment looks like he might be able to do so.
Oh, here comes a play. It's going to be a team falling down from height as we have 5 squads remaining. It will be TSM who are trying to make the play. Gentrifying taken out as well as TSM survive. How it's down, but Reps and Verholst stand tall here for TSM as we enter our final 4 teams here on our first game of World's Edge.
This gold bag has been massive for TSM, and this is the game we've expected from them. They've already got 8 kills, they're into the top 4, and they've got one of the best positions right now, but they have to climb out of this hole and try and take a fight. Liquid and Xset are 2 enemies.
Gilderson's is the last player alive, I think, here for Liquid, so we're down to just 2. TSM taking on Xset, I think it was, up on height as the shots come in for Verholst. He absolutely cream crackers that player by Imperial House left on his own, and Xset will turn it on its head. They will be the winners of game number 4 here. TSM in the top 2, but Xset on top of the pile.
Xset take the victory, but what was the KP like? I didn't quite get to see it because we switched over to their position a little bit late, but TSM will be delighted with the top 2 plus like, what, 8 or 9 kills? A really big game that they've been needing. They've had some quite disappointing games on Storm Point, but we come over to World's Edge and it's a different story. But it's Xset who steal the victory away. They had the high ground right at the end and they would have been just rubbing their hands together, but it was how they played it coming into that. They had the likes of Team Liquid making it very awkward for them, Furia as well. There was like 3 or 4 teams over towards those tracks, and Xset came out on top, and because of that they had the high ground for the final fight.
They certainly did, and this is the results from that game. And Xset, big 11 kills to go alongside the 12 placement points means 23 points, but TSM also in behind. But look at Liquid. What a performance from them as well. Get into that top 3, but the KP that went alongside it means they get 16 points. G2 picking up a couple of placement points and also some kills. I mean, I've got to be honest, I'm not sure how the leaderboards are going to look after this. As I say, I try and lean away from maths at the best of times, but this is confusing for me.
Just to give you an idea, Xset were down in 16th. They're probably going to jump up into the top 5 with that one. Like, that's how close this whole lobby
crazy,
is.
isn't it?
And because you saw the likes of Nightmare drop out early, they were in 3rd. I think Xset has the chance to overtake them. But because we've seen the likes of TSM jump up as well, there is just going to be a real switch around with how this leaderboard looks. Cloud9 don't pick up the points that they would have liked, only get 4. Esports Arena still got 8. This is one thing about Esports Arena that always impresses me. Even when the placements aren't there, the kills just still keep them above surface level and allow them to keep pressing and keep trying to pressure those teams who are at the top.
I'm looking forward to the leaderboards. I got to be honest with you. I think it was setting it up perfectly for game 5 and 6 here. We'll take a look at our champion squad before we do get the leaderboards to show you all at home. And a shout out to the squad here. Xset coming out on top. Every single member of the team putting in a lot of damage as well. And it's that composition, the caustic composition, no Wraith. no mobility legends, so to speak, outside of Valkyrie for those rotations. But yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for better all-rounded team stats from all three players.
And we're starting to see this comp more and more. I mean, ESA brought in the Caustic, and we saw how much success they had with that 123 bomb week was amazing, and now a lot of teams are throwing Caustic back into the mix because they're realizing just how important, even despite the nerfs that came through with Caustic, it just seems like he is too good in competitive Apex right now, and you can really see why. I mean, he made such a difference in those final stages.
Well, drum roll please, because we've got the leaderboards to bring you all at home now. Let's see how the points tally up, and let's see who is on top.
Wow.
Oh, you thought it was close before! We got 2 games remaining. G2 hold on to the top spot with 39 points. And as I forget how to speak, I mean, Team Liquid jumping up into second place, but only second place on a tiebreaker, Dan. 3 teams tied on 35 points.
TSM moving to the top 5. Exet just miss out, but they do jump up 10 spots from 16th to 6th, so that puts them in the mix now going into 5 and 6. And even looking at Nightmare, Renegades, Bad Boys, Cloud9, they're only, what, just over 10 points away from first, and usually if you win a game, you're getting probably 20 points minimum from the placement, plus the kills you usually pick up as well in those final circles, so you are not safe if you are in that top 3 right now. There is every team that could very much upset things, change things, as Exet have just proved. I mean, even if you go all the way down to, well, let's say Buff Pathfinder, right? They're on 5 points, they're going to be 35 behind. That's definitely achievable in 2 games. Okay, it's not looking likely, but definitely possible.
Yeah, maybe you're...
I'm stretching a little bit.
Yeah, you're
but
stretching a little
that's
bit.
how close this lobby is.
But let's put it in perspective here. Of course, it's Pro League points are up for play. So even if they win, jump up even into the top 10, it really does make a difference for them. And I'll tell you what, we talked about how nervy the fights were for C9 in that game, how nervy the fights were for ESA if they don't go their way because of how the leaderboards are. Well, we said it was tight coming into game number 4. Well, we're going to have to be even more on our toes as we head to a break before game number 5. It is all to play for, everybody at home. I cannot wait to get back from this break as we'll head into our penultimate game.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League North America. Glitter Explosion and T Squared. Tommy T here, bringing you all of the action heading into our 5th game of the day. And I thought it looked like things were starting to kind of pan out and make a little bit more sense there in game number 5. That ending between XZ and TSM, though, like, what? It instantly flipped on TSM's head.
Just give us all the chaos, Glitter. Give us all the drama. That's what I want here in the ALGS. I don't want Esports Arena getting 150 points. I want this leaderboard right here. We don't even know how this is going to go over these next 2 games. I wouldn't have it any other way.
No, this is insane. I mean, we thought it was close before the last game, and now it's even closer. XZ crushing the leaderboard, jumping up 10 spots like we heard the guys talking about before the break. But the 3-way tie, it literally top 10 is essentially what like our top 3 typically is.
Yeah, and you can see when you win one game how far you go up in the standings. And XZ, they really needed that win. Again, anybody is mathematically still in this one. Even Wash with their 1 single point, busted out the breadstick, they still have a chance, okay? Because we've seen 31-point games. That's the highest so far. Energy's been able to pop off with that. And I think it was 39 points as overall right now, number 1 with G2. As we get ready for game number 5, match number 5 here on World's Edge. I wouldn't be more excited to see who's going to walk away with this one.
At this point, I think all of our predictions out the window. All of our assumptions completely shattered. Like, there is nothing that we could possibly guess moving forward other than at least the guarantee of, like you said, Tom, pure chaos for the last 2 matches.
And we've had 4 different winners so far. I'm expecting a 5th different winner here. It was so close for TSM. Very rarely do you see TSM lose a straight up 3v3 at the end, but it was not a great position having to clamber up down from low. You had XZ chilling on top of the tree branch, which was really big. And XZ, they've been 50-50ing CLG for a long time over here. It's really nice for them to be able to get Harvester for free. We've even seen them change their composition in the past to try to adjust for 50-50s by switching out Caustic for Loba too. So exciting for them to see what they're going to be able to do in this game. Already pretty solid armors, and the zone is not going to be that far. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can get a scan. Doesn't seem like they've gone for it quite yet, but once they do, we'll get some good zone information for where this one is going to pull. So saw that lower tree ending already, but can we call out how many teams were coexisting in that final circle? We had half the lobby still alive in zone number 6.
I feel like that's just gotten crazier and crazier as the games have gone on for how many teams are surviving longer and longer today specifically. I mean, we thought it was bad in the final game of Stormpoint, and then they decided to show it up yet again in our first game here on World's Edge as we take a look at where that zone that you were just talking about, Tom, is going to be shifting. It's going to be going super far northeast, which means you can see we've got Cloud9 up there in a great spot, Lazarus in a great spot, but BBG looking like they're actually finding themselves in a fight that they might not want to be in right now.
Early skirmish that needs to take place very soon, within the next 20 seconds for sure. That's why the bubbles are going down, but why not take this fight if you have a huge armor advantage? You can see Hakula doesn't have any armor. We already have gray armors coming through. The Gibby has his back turned over towards Serial. Gibby with the shots in the back too, and that's why you have that Caustic to go and cut off the angles on over towards the doors. Built by gamers, they should be able to infiltrate in this type of spot. The Havoc in hand there for Sync, but he's taking a lot of damage. You do not want to lose this opportunity. If you're built by gamers, you're sitting at 18 points, you're going up against a squad that didn't really have any points or armor, and right now you are very susceptible to a third party. But when we did take a look at that zone, Cloud9, yes, they're going to be loving that, because more than likely it's going to continue to pull over towards Overlook. TSM love watching them play those Overlook zones, but Cloud9 looking for potentially to be our first team to go and win 2 games here out of 5, as they were able to take their match on Stormpoint when the zone did pull over towards the southeast side, which is their POI.
Oh, are you thinking this is gonna be the double dubs for Cloud9 here?
I'm thinking so. Holy shots with the triple take right there. That's some serious damage. That's going to call out for the bubble, and using that thing like a shotgun. However, just ripped apart by the wingman from Cruisin'. CLX, are you kidding me? Serial had absolutely no health throughout all of that, but it was the wingman from Cruisin' that changed everything. 400 damage from that fight alone.
You know, I was just about to make a comment, too, about how this was dragging on a little bit longer than it probably should have because, like you were saying, potential attention being drawn for these third parties, and Wash is looking to do exactly that, instantly pushing in on Cruisin', taking him out, and now they're going to have an easy 3v2 if they can find the remaining players here, and this was so unlucky, and that's why you don't draw those fights out really early on.
And they've already doubled their points just from that knock. Wash coming through in last place. Again, like literally anybody's game still. If they're able to get this team fight and then continue to have a good game, maybe they could creep their way up on that leaderboard, and they are also last in the cumulative leaderboard. So this is such a big fight for Wash. They need to get this cleanly and get Amboy back up ASAP.
Nothing to lose here, and in these situations, those are the teams you want to be probably the most afraid of because they are so wanting to get some points on the board that they are very, very willing to be as aggro as possible here in the final 2 matches of the day. A very strong start here for Wash, and an unfortunate one for BBG as well as CLX, even though CLX did come out on top for just a small, tiny window of time.
Sometimes you need to get a little lucky, and Wash coming there with a very well-timed third party, doing it with some very clean shots too. Speaking of clean shots, Vize with 3 wingman shots, doing about 100 damage right there. As we take a look again at that zone, pulling over towards Overlook. This is very common for teams to go and sit up on these epicenter hills to try to go and pick up some serious kill points along the way. Now Cloud9 with that home court advantage, 28 points already. They're trying to get in position as teams are starting to rotate. Bubble's already been used by the enemy team down low. You can see some Kobe's, some grenades being chucked up over towards the top-hand side. Oh my goodness. Headshot with the wingman, putting in some serious work. That's going to be the Valkyrie Skyward dive and the redeploy. But however, 2 knocks coming through. Vize, Bird, they are down. Lazarus gets bled out and eliminated. Huge damage from the Cloud9 squad.
Dang, Cloud9 is looking good right now. I mean, they're definitely carrying some of that momentum over from that win earlier that you were talking about in the day, and with this zone being so favorable for them, I mean, they really are. They've got the loot, they've got some KP on the board, they have angles, and they know where people are rotating in from. This could be, even if it's not a win, at least a really high point game for Cloud9, which matters right now because of how close our leaderboards are.
A lot of this is going to have to come down to the IGLing that's taking place, but also Zach Mazer and those caustic barrels are huge. Going back on board with 100 Thieves, no caustic here. They're going to be sharing the train carts, which seems to be the anticipated zone that's going to happen over here. So we'll see if it continues to pull over there or if it's going to maybe hard shift over towards the Overlook side. There's a lot of different endings over here. Some of them are over towards the actual mountain side, and then we all know from how many different games we've seen on that Overlook side just how brutal that could be if you're on the outside looking. So expect a lot of vacancies here to be taken up, and maybe a bubble play coming through. Scurry's actually just waiting for Amu to need that one, so he's just basically got his back covered, and that's really nice teamwork coming in from the 100 Thieves squad. Amu's trying to open up some things, get some damage, get that Evo shield charged up, and force this team into a bad position.
Bad Boys, obviously one of our many winners on the day here so far. This could be an interesting fight if they do decide to take it, but you can see that Amu's at least dealing enough damage to continue charging up those Evo shields, putting themselves in an even better spot every time that does happen for 100 Thieves, at least being able to be a little bit more comfortable when they do take this engagement. But this is another situation where if they continue to do this for too long and they keep doing this poke battle, as teams rotate into the zone, they could potentially be drawing the attention of those other teams.
And the cells are much more valuable than the heavy ammo here, unless you start completely running out of heavy ammo. So Amu's thinking, okay, I'm going to sit here, try to poke and prod this team. Not only that, if I can bully them and give them almost like this fake type of pressure or a sense of urgency of them getting out of here, now we can own both of these train carts, and that's a really big play because basically you're making it feel like you're being surrounded by multiple teams just by the angles that Amu's taking.
Yeah, we did see the Wraith make a little bit of an escape there for Bad Boys. They're potentially considering leaving their position now as they don't want to deal with the bullying, and it looks like 100 Thieves might be getting the result that they were hoping for here, which, like you were saying, is going to be massive for them moving forward.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You don't want to share these train carts a little bit later, because if you need to rotate out, they're going to be coexisting with you and making the same exact moves as you. So now they have 3 different train carts that they can move in between. Glitter, the one that they're at right now, the one that you saw them move Bad Boys out of, and then the blue one that's directly over their shoulder there. So I really like that aggressive play from Amu, and just some small separation away from your squad and a little bit of teamwork coming in from Scurry with that bubble on the ready results in some pretty big dividends. So you love to see that, as G2 now making the rotation all the way from that thermal station side. Looks like they're going to be going on over towards the landslide tunnel and then poking their way out, maybe for a Valkyrie redeploy. Maybe they can still foot this one. Still plenty of time left on that clock before this zone starts to close.
And G2 is just going to be hoping that they can maybe catch a slow looting team here on a rotation, or just continue on their journey, their very long journey, honestly, to be fair, across the map to get themselves in a safe position as the zone continues to shrink down. Only 50 seconds left there for that second zone. And we also saw Liquid making their rotation over from Skyhook. They were on the northern edge going through survey camp when we last checked in with them. And right now it's just all about setting up camp. Wash, that team that came through for that third party, getting themselves some decent KP, also making their rotation. They are right on the edge of where they'll be at least safe in that first area. So everyone right now, after we got through that initial third party situation, it's now settled back down again.
Yeah, a lot of people are waiting for the zone information that's about to come here with zone number 3, because it still is a little bit unpredictable. We don't know exactly which part of Overlook this is going to go over towards. So you can see right now teams still waiting over towards the Fragment east side. The hardest part of rotating into Fragment, if there's a lot of teams here, is getting over that train track that they just did. So the scary part's basically over for them. The next layer of strategy is to be getting out of this spot and advancing a little bit over towards maybe that no-name area, maybe trying to make your way up over towards that high ground where we saw a couple of days ago zone end where G2 was dominating up on top of that hill. I think that was game 6 in our previous group stages. So now Casuals, one of our teams to watch, they've had a pretty decent performance here. I mean, 15 points doesn't seem like a lot, but keep in mind, first place is only sitting at 39, so they are fully capable of putting something big together here. But a lot of people waiting for the scan onto this next zone, right? Round 2 is going to close. You have the broken building over towards the side, so maybe someone's going to hit a scan onto zone number 3, into zone number 4. Meanwhile, we got some tactical crouching coming in from G2 as they make their way up the hill.
The sneaky ascent, trying to find somewhere safe that they can go over an epicenter. Everybody, the tactical crouching, you know, they're in the process of trying to make that rotation though, and like we said, they could have happened. They are starting to spot out some teams in their general vicinity, going to see if they can maybe at least get some damage off, as they have taken some themselves. The bombardment is coming down just as a zoning tactic, making sure that nothing crazy happens that either team is unaware of right now. They don't want to push if they can avoid it, but Gent did get some high ground and it starts dealing some damage down below. The bubble is popped. This actually might be an opportunity for G2 to make that push.
Yeah, let's hop into a quick listening with G2 and see. We know their footprints weren't silent. Let's see if their mouths are silent.
I'm watching her back.
Yeah,
well,
you have traps? Put traps right here.
Valk's trying to clean this back.
Just tell me if they swing that side, Jet. I'm looking. He's playing on the crafter. At the bat, I can't cover you.
Dropped an ult on them.
He has short rampage, careful.
Crack the Gibby. Nothing. We can peek off my fucking ult. They're wasting all their nades. One's on the head. The Gibby has the charge rampage. I think, no, race for 40. I'm popping a bat. They're getting starting a wingman in the back now. Shot in the back. It might slide down or to your left. Crack Gibby. Gibby's flush. He popped up again. They're moving. I have no nades. They're in that. They're in that bubble. They might vault. They ported somewhere. Moving around here. Alright, we should Valkyrie and try to get that RV. Or something. Wait. We might be able to play our pocket over here. Do they have ult itself from our ult? Or no? I don't see him over there. I mean, that's where they're getting shot from. Yeah, that's where they're getting shot from. You can always get ported back, careful. I'm watching it. Let's Valkyrie and check one of the trailers. See if one of those trailers is free. You ready? Yep. Worst case, we land in that pocket that we did over here right across. Oh, there's a team walking up to it right now. Alright, what we're doing? Go towards the fucking RV.
This RV?
This one? Yes, 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 yes. If it's fucking taken, we just slide down the hill into the fucking... If
no,
it's free, it's free. It's free, get the fuck in.
Oh.
Pop your bub, make sure you pop your bub. Oh. Just pop your bub and res. Just heal, heal, heal.
I fucking bounced off somebody, bruh. Jesus. Found my last med kit. I'm 212.
G2 bullying yet another team out of their way on the rotation, allowing them to get some crafting done and get a few more cells in their pockets, and then somehow landing that trailer on that skyward dive. And I did not think it was going to be open.
Caustic value really skyrocketing in that type of instance there. The bubble really nicely done too, making sure that you don't get knocked. Otherwise, some team would have completely full sent over there. I love that we were on board with 100 Thieves and Bad Boys earlier too, seeing exactly what trailer that was. And you had in the back of your mind when they were pinging that one, is that the trailer that 100 Thieves potentially rotated towards? Who's going to go and take that one? 100 Thieves didn't take that one. It's going to be G2 instead, living right next to them as neighbors. Team Liquid now looking like they want a serious fight. 100 Thieves in the kill feed too. This is where all of the action starts to unfold.
Liquid deciding to bail on that high ground as the bombardment comes through. They don't want to have to take any additional damage if they don't absolutely have to, as they try to continue to land some of these wing shots. Ooh, a nice crack there with the wingman on Gilderson's. This is a pretty solid fight so far in favor of Team Liquid. They're playing this very well.
They are. Now their bubble's going to go down. You could already see one player is going to be knocked, which means its full set is happening here very soon. And there it is. The shots coming through with the devotion. PK shots not connecting as hard as they would have wanted to. And that actually cost them their life in a 3v1. Now, all of a sudden, Nocturnal is going to get third party. That is so unfortunate. Just a couple missed PK shots, Glitter, and next thing you know, your entire team fight changes.
I did not realize 100 Thieves was so close behind them. This is now going to be just free KP for 100 Thieves as they're able to capitalize on this situation here with Liquid and 100 Thieves working on finishing up that crew right now, getting some massive loot advantage out of it as well. And that almost seemed unfairly easy.
It's interesting how they left one of their spots to go over here, and now Nocturnal's going to be ratting in no man's land over towards the lava side. But what a tough situation there. He's going to have to queue back into the portal. Maybe is going to go on over towards the corner here, but there just doesn't seem to be much real estate to go and work with. Looks like he was able to shake somebody, but what a tough situation for Team Liquid. That looked so clean up until the PK shots that whiffed around the corner. Meanwhile, you see Team Esports Arena, they're going to have to be moving here fairly shortly. Pings are coming down on over towards the southern side. Another skyward dive is going to be happening as 100 Thieves is going to be taking some shots up over from the high ground. But so many squads and such little room to work with. This is about to get crazy as all the teams are going to have to be forced into this little circle.
Okay, Bad Boys just went down there in the kill feeds. That at least is one more squad down, but 14 teams still alive as 100 Thieves is trying to deal damage from on high to anyone in this general location as they are making that push into the safe zone. And they know that there's teams around them that they have to be looking out for, TSM being one of them.
Look how TSM is using this little hill as a head glitch, still utilizing the train tracks as well. Inside of the train cart is where the rest of the squad is going to be. Reps doesn't look like he needs the bubble quite yet. That is 35 points to 100 Thieves 40, just to show you how close this leaderboard really is. G2 Resulta, he's down and out. More members from G2 still are alive, but that's a tough break for that squad sitting in first place. Good shots with the wingman right there. We've seen the wingman being utilized over and over again. C9, this is their home. They land over towards this side, give those kill leads on over to Zach Mazer. The winners from game number 3, trying to get the first double dub here on our match 5. A versus C, definitely the closest we've seen so far in the ALGS Split 2. Who's going to take this one, Glitter? This is absolute madness.
I don't know, but Vaxilon is absolutely shredding right now with those wingman shots. You see Xset deciding to make an early rotation away from TSM and 100 Thieves right now, not wanting to be in that engagement. You were asking what was happening with G2. We're down to Gent. Everybody else is gone. Okay, this is the last remaining hope for G2, but to be fair, they've already had a very, very solid performance on the day, so if Gent can rat for a few more points, they'll still be in a fantastic position, as 100 Thieves are now trying to make their way into some sort of a safe area. But this push right here into the next safe zone is probably one of the hardest ones they're going to have to make.
Definitely brutal, but they do have double rotation legends here. They could Valkyrie Skyward Dive, they can go and hit that phase breach if they really wanted to. Right now it seems like Amu is trying to set them up for a fantastic phase breach, possibly to take the high ground, similar to what G2 did to them in the previous games. Maybe that was game number 1, I believe, as well, but it's a Skyward Dive. It's coming through at the very last second. Look at all of the Valkyrie passives. Tick, 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 tick. Another Valkyrie going up on over towards the high ground. You can see pings going down on over towards the backside of the overlooked trailers, and they find a little bit of safe haven, but is it safe enough?
It was like teams were just trading spots at this point. TSM also coming in after their Skyward Dive, holding the location right below a squad. They see people in the trailer right now that they have to worry about off on the side, and this is about to get crazy. They're going to have to decide if they want to push up and actually take this higher ground from the squad that was above them. Was that 100 Thieves that also landed over here?
I believe that was 100 Thieves that while they were in the air, they saw TSM Skyward Diving too, so they got theirs off just a little bit earlier and maybe got a little bit more of a safe position. As you can see, Antboy is going to go down to Scurry. Reps gets the knock right there onto Knock, so we do have the TSM versus ESA battle taking place. Duplex answers it right back with the Mastiff, and 100 Thieves are going to be loving what they see in the kill feed as our top teams are starting to fight each other, and it looks like they have a lot of free picks in front of them.
Esports Arena is now out after that engagement. Wash finally goes down as well. We're down to the top 6 squads and 100 Thieves. Oh my god, in the time they were healing, TSM now ends up going down. Cloud9, like you said from the beginning, doing well in zones that favor them. Well, they are in a fantastic position right now as Gent is continuing to at least get some more placement points on the board for G2. No one's looking his way right now.
It's such a tight leaderboard. All these points are mattering, and you don't know if Gentrify could still rack up some points with some kills along the way. And just when we say that, the caster curse is real. Amu gonna shut that one down with the Hemlock. Renegades, they're still in this one. C9, they're still there as well. As you take a look at the overhead, Renegades is in the middle of all of this fighting that's going to take place. Will they get pinched from C9? C9 big chilling on over towards the high ground. They do have to move here fairly shortly because they are on the fast side of the zone. So will it be a bubble forward from Albrelli? Looking at the damage though, you can see almost 2k damage from Naughty. Albrelli's rocking around 2.5k already. They've been just dominating in this game.
They're in a really, really solid spot right now. They are slowly trying to move their way forward, but they know that there is a squad on their left still hanging out in that trailer that they have to be aware of. Renegades taking a lot of damage. Pow Pow in a bit of a rough spot right now. They're trying to hold off the team on their side. They're going to have to decide if they want to make that push. Buff Pathfinder's actually the squad inside of that trailer that's now going to have to also be making their way out into the fray. 100 Thieves making the push, deciding they want to try and take this engagement if they can and at least get some KP out of it before everything starts to get a little bit crazy, and they're able to get a couple but go down in the end.
And C9's just watching all of this action unfold as the Nox gas grenade is in hand. Bubble is waiting to go away before he tosses that one. He tosses it on over towards the right-hand side. Tick, 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 just burning and stinking. C9 takes the dub, and wow, it is about time we saw a double dub right there. They take game number 3, they take game number 5, and do it in dominant fashion. I mean, defending home court advantage in such a tight lobby is not easy, but the amount of damage they inflicted through that entire game was something to behold.
They looked very, very comfortable in that game. That was confident gameplay coming out of Cloud9, and they had such incredible positioning over all of the other teams there, especially in those final zone moments, that no surprise they were able to lock that one down. They didn't rush any of those decisions. They used all of their zoning abilities very, very well to their advantage. So huge shout out to Cloud9 for finally giving us a repeat win on the day and with 9 kills. But look at how many kills Renegade got. Look at 100 Thieves. Look at TSM. Even with the lower placement points, these teams are refusing to allow a gap to happen.
Oh, it's still going to be anybody's game when we move into game number 6, but what a game number 5 overall. What a great day of Apex if you're just joining us. We've had probably the tightest leaderboard ever in ALGS history, at least for sure in the Split 2 thus far. Amazing performance from Cloud9 overall, though, and like you said, keeping a lot of that action in front of them. They basically bullied their way all the way down that hill by landing so many shots. It was just so awesome to watch how they're able to execute at such a high level right there. But gotta catch my breath for a second because we still have one game remaining before we crown our champion.
I mean, to be fair, even on the second page, Liquid with 5 kills, even though they went out a lot earlier than they would have liked to, they were one of the teams that was still in our top 4, and they were able to get a lot of KP on the board. I'm excited to see what happens when we look at that overall leaderboard because it's got to be just as close, right?
Look at the damage coming through. Like we were saying, over 2.5k for Albarilli, Naughty over 2k. Zach Mazer, doesn't matter. He was locking things down with the AoE, just controlling a majority of the map with those barrels. But we saw him playing Loba previously on Stormpoint. Now we switch on to World's Edge. We have to point out, obviously, on the big stinky guy, Caustic. And you saw the zoning potential that was coming through. So much value came through at a handful of different times there for Zach Mazer on that Caustic, especially at the end when he tosses the Nox gas grenade over towards the right-hand side, slows them down. They're eating the zone. They picked up a lot of kills right there. But again, like you brought up, Glitter, a lot of other kills were had from other top teams in our lobby.
Yeah, so it's just going to be adding to the already crazy leaderboards. I mean, Kate, we got to bring you back in and get your opinion on this one because yet again, the teams are keeping us on our toes.
They are absolutely, and I love what you said, Tom, about other teams in our lobby doing some damage. So let's talk Renegades for a second. Obviously, in this last round, they got 8 kills. Guess what? Over back in match number 2, I believe, they had 12 kills, still not the W here. So consistency continues to be the silver bullet as we take a look at these match 4 highlights. And while we do, I want to come back to something I believe that, Tom, you have mentioned there in match number 4, which was that we don't often see, or excuse me, actually, you know what? I don't think it was you. I think it was either Onset or Gaskin. Apologies. Either way, the point was made. We don't often see TSM taken out in a straight 3v3. But Tom, as we're going to see in this final circle coming up here in the highlights, they were not in a great spot.
Kate, right you are. That was Tommy T dropping that hot knowledge right there. But the problem was for TSM that they had to clamber up. And once you have to clamber up, you're immediately a sitting duck. And then the rest of the XSET is just big chilling on top of this tree branch, getting some amazing head glitches. But it was the drop down PK shot that when it looked like Verhulst was about to lay down some serious damage, boom, he gets absolutely rocked for about 100 with that PK shot, and XSET took game over.
He did indeed, and as we look at these match 5 highlights, which was just such a brilliant bloodbath here, Glitter, and I think that's the way I'm going to describe it from now on. It really started a little bit faster than a lot of the other matches have, and I was into it.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that. I love when we get a little bit of early game action because a lot of the times our teams do play so intelligently, so conservatively, that passive gameplay. But we got a little bit of 50-50 action going on with BBG and CLX, and then Wash decided to come through and go for that third party, which honestly was something that Wash needed to do, and they ended up, as a result, making it pretty far into that last match, so that will give them some more KP and continue at least working them up the leaderboard because, as Tom had noted, heading into that game, they needed those points desperately.
Absolutely, and as we just saw, actually, C9 really using that Caustic comp, which makes my heart very happy. I'm a Stinky Legend fan, of course. Came out on top on match number 4, and starting to see that comp more and more. And I know we saw a little bit of Loba in our Storm Point, and even here in our World's Edge. But Tom, talk to me about the importance. And this might seem a little high level, but go with me on this one. The importance of a legend like a Caustic, especially in that late game.
Yeah, we can break it down fairly easily because of the fact that when you're seeing not many caustics on Storm Point. You wonder why, because there's not a lot of buildings that end up requiring endings there, and we're seeing caustic have a lot of value in certain zones, especially when you have so much experience on World's Edge and you know what those zones are going to be. So with that being that open, you're going to need a little bit more double rotations on Storm Point, and that's why you're seeing maybe Ashe and Valkyrie, and then all of a sudden you can get rid of that Ashe, switch on over, put caustic in there, and it's working out for teams. But also we saw, like you said, Loba being utilized a handful of different times. Really, it depends on what you're feeling comfortable, but definitely caustic still strong, still valuable and viable.
Absolutely, and I will say that I feel like I'm seeing Lobas and Caustics and sort of those alt team comps a lot more in the winner circle than I did even yesterday. So super exciting, or excuse me, 2 days ago. Super exciting stuff. But guess what? The excitement continues with our leaderboards. We're going to find out what the math says before we go into match number 6.
What?
And what? I don't even know what to say here, gang.
There's no way.
I can't believe that there's that many players that are, or excuse me, that many teams that are tied here, right? I mean, you could just look at that and see that anybody still has a chance going into this final game. I mean, we're not even having one team at the 50-point mark yet, which we know when it comes to the playoffs, that's what needs to happen when you go through and get to that point mark, and then you need to have the match point total. So this is as even as it gets. I've never seen a leaderboard like this. This is one of the most exciting days of Apex we've had in quite some time. I hope you guys are enjoying this at home.
I hope you are as well, and I hope you're using that multiplayer because, my goodness, keep your eyes on the Zach Mazers of the world. They are certainly doing things, and up 9 places there, Glitter. But listen, let's be clear, and you know what, Tom, you said it once, Glitter, you said, we're going to continue to say it, don't sleep on any of these. Now, admittedly, Wash is probably not going to pop off, but say they did. They could be up in the top 5 pretty easily if they had, you know, a 30-point game.
Kate, why'd you have to do it to him?
Sorry,
Why'd you
I'm
have to do it to
sorry,
him, Kate?
Wash.
They're already getting tactical crouched on when they've died twice already. Listen, Wash, I'm cheering for you. I don't care what Kate says. No, I'm just kidding.
You know what? At this point, all bets are off, and I'm loving every second of it. A huge thank you, of course, to our players who are dealing the damage day in and day out. But what will happen here in match number 6, the final match of this no-holds-barred bloody showdown? Well, we'll tell you, and we'll find out ourselves in just a few minutes. This is the Apex Legends Global Series. We'll be right back.
Nice. Oh, they go.
Go back right there. Just try there. Try there.
Walk up, Noni on the left. Go left, Noni. Wide left, Noni. Me now. Stay.
Give me one. Give me one. Give me one. Give me one. Nice. Let's go, boys.
I think we lost literally all that game.
I know we did. Literally all of it. Literally, I should have played aggressive on that. I don't know.
I got some of it.
Oh,
Zach, you need Zach, you need to start. Listen to me, Zach. You need to start. No, like actually stop. You need to start thinking about me more, bro.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series. It's the North American Pro League. It is Split 2, and the teams cannot be split at the top of the leaderboards right now. 2 teams tied up right at the top of the leaderboards, and everybody else is in that chasing pack. It's just a couple of points behind. I mean, look at first and second. 47 points apiece for Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. But Dan, just after that, you've got 3 teams tied up on 44 as well.
I mean, the only thing that seems appropriate to say is bloody hell. Just look at this. 47-47, 3 on 44, and you look at the likes of Liquid Esports Arena that could definitely have that game to push themselves up into first as well. And if you remember what Xset did just 2 games ago, why wouldn't they have the opportunity to also break in to the top 3? This game is going to be very nerve-wracking for a lot of teams, and there's going to be a lot of eyes on who's finishing where. Are we going to be outplacing a certain team? Is this the team rotating next to us that we could maybe wipe out, but we don't kind of know, but we think we might know? There's going to be a lot of question marks going above the heads of certain rotations. And I tell you what, there's Buff Pathfinder up 8 places. I said, they were down in 19th. You never really know.
You never
They're
know.
starting to make that story happen.
You never know indeed, but I will say this. I think there's almost too many teams in the lobby to worry about who's next to you at the moment, who could potentially pop off and, you know, jump up into first place. It really is the perfect time to join us if you haven't, and it's the perfect time to conclude things with one more game ahead of us on World's Edge. And as you can see on our drop ship right now, it says, let the Apex Games begin, as we are going to do so right now. Match number 6 is live in the most hotly contested lobby we have had so far in Split 2. I'm excited for this one.
This was the lobby I was looking forward to when the groups got announced, because it's got some of the biggest and best names in Apex. And that's not saying the other groups don't, because we know they do. The likes of NRG, for example, aren't featuring in this lobby. But there just seems to be something a little bit extra about this one. Every team fighting tooth and nail from every single drop spot. We've had a few 50-50s here or there that maybe will happen again coming into match number 6. But this last circle, and where this circle goes, is going to be extremely important for the outcome of this lobby.
Well, there hasn't been too many Mazer moments coming in from Cloud9 today, and I say it with my tongue in the cheek. I love Zach Mazer very much. He's one of my favourite players to watch for sure. They have been incredibly consistent so far today. A couple of wins in the last 3 games, though, Dan. That is such a big run. And I mentioned this straight after that Storm Point win. Cloud9, a huge momentum team, and they seem to be proving it once again here.
Yeah, I think the victory on Storm Point would have done them wonders, give them that belief again, that confidence to get into those engagements and get that fire lit inside them. Right, circle is going down towards Lava Siphon area. Also plenty to play with in terms of buildings. When you just look at that overhead and you look at like the outline of all those buildings that are there to work with, there is a lot of early movers that can find some safe haven here if they want to move. And certainly those who are nearby, Lava City, Geyser, for example, you can move and get some of those buildings to begin with. But for all those teams in the kind of northwest, northeast, they are going to have to move quite far, especially for a team like C9, who obviously are some of our favourites now to take this. They do have to make quite a long and treacherous journey.
They do. It's such an interesting circle for both G2 and C9 because they have a way to travel, and it's not just a case of, you know, trying to play a little bit slow, let everybody else do their thing, and then, you know, try and capitalize on what might happen in front of you. Because of the fact that the leaderboards are so close down, if you see a team in the kill feed, they obviously don't know because of anonymous mode, picking up kills, then you probably think, oh, that's 100 Thieves, that's Xset, that's TSM, whoever it might be, right? And then you have to start to worry. You start to think, do we need to get an engagement? Do we need to pick up some points here with kills? Do we try and find a nice late fight? All of these things are going to be going through the teams at the top of the leaderboards as well. It could not be set up more perfectly for an entertaining game of Apex Legends. And we were all saying, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to win this final game? And I think the consensus across the talent group for sure was, I have no idea.
And if you have an idea of who you think might be able to win, make sure you're watching on multi-view. If you click the command center below, you can get up to 4 POVs from the teams and hear their communications with listen-ins as well. So depending on who you want to follow, who you think is going to win, it's very easy to do so here on the ALGS. Or you can stay on board with us and listen to me and Mark talk absolutely nonsense, but get very excited when gunfire starts to happen. And certainly at the early stages, we are going to see a lot of teams just be thinking about rotation. I know we've seen this fight over here between CLX and PBG quite often already in these lobbies, but when you do see a circle like this one in a match 6, the aim of the game now is to win. I know there's always the consideration of, do we go for KP, do we try and win? For example, ESA have been getting big kill games but have not been getting those placement points. Because this is so close at the top of the lobby, I think the only way you can guarantee yourself from winning this lobby is to win the game.
I agree with you. And speaking of ESA, they're only, I think it was 7 points behind first place, which is for them nothing. You know what I mean? That's a couple of team fights for ESA. So don't count them out yet. As Renegades also up at the top of the leaderboards. They're in joint second place, I believe, at the moment on 44 points. If we're going by points, not tiebreakers. So what a day it's been for them as well. And I think a welcome return to form for them as well. And this building here was one that I was certainly going to highlight. This is where we do see end zone sometimes popping up around that lava siphon area. For Nightmare, unfortunately, this is going to be the end of their game and the end of their day, as they will now be the first squad to be eliminated. Casuals moving in to clean up those pieces, but this is a fight that's happening down at the other end of the leaderboards, and we've got to turn our attention to that circle. Is he going to pull up to the hill houses? Is he going to pull to where we've just seen Renegades? Or is he going to pull into that open lava pit outside of Lava Siphon? So many things to be decided here.
TSM moving early. Nightmare going down is really big for those teams who want to push themselves into the top 10 of the leaderboards and get some points for the overall standings as well. Because Nightmare were in 8th. Like, they weren't too far behind ESA. They're only 5 points behind ESA, but they fall in the first team to do so. TSM looks like they might be getting challenged right now. They're having to back down. They're having to heal up. And I wonder whether they're going to get pushed.
I mean, this ain't good for TSM. A, they haven't made maybe the rotation they were looking for initially. B, they got hit with that crypto ultimate, which is obviously going to burn through resources. They did get the beacon information, though, most importantly. But leaving Fragish with 3 grey armors is, in a game like this, Dan, it's got to be worrying for TSM fans, knowing that they're going to have to poke and prod and maybe try and find a crafter to level up those armors before they even think about taking some fights.
We have seen it before, though. TSM do seem to always find a way to get into that final circle.
Playoffs.
Just, yeah, they
Game
pick
6,
up armors out of nowhere.
armors.
You know, it's TSM all over, right? It's definitely written in the stars for them. Washed, they're down to 2 players, but TSM, as we follow their story once more, just going through this vault area, and they're going to rotate via Geyser, it would seem. They do have the option, of course, to Valkyrie up into the sky if they do get into a panic situation, but for now I think they're going to be more than happy to try and get to this crafter, pick up any extra resources, and see if they can get some upgrades.
Yeah, TSM in a Game 6 economy round. Oh, that is golden for Imperial Hal. You know when you open that door and you see a blue armor when you're running 3 greys that Hal's going to go finally. I'm sure he'll, you know, put it in his own way, but I think the final thought will be finally. And now they're checking all of these areas, and this is going to be the opportunity to craft those armors that I was mentioning. So TSM got to be very, very careful here. Reps has managed to get his armor crafted and up to blue. I wonder if Verhos is going to try and do the same, because if they can get out of Geyser with blue armors, then at least there's an opportunity to teamfight, to survive a little bit longer. As on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see 100 Thieves, and you can see the comparison of the 2 players. Imperial House certainly out-damaging Onmu across the Split 1 regular season, but this is a different looking 100 Thieves this split, Dan, compared to what we saw last season.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves, you know, they've had a lot of ups and downs, and some pretty big ups, it has to be said. But the changes now that they've made, this 100 Thieves roster looks like it's far more consistent. It looks like they really have what it takes to get to those final circles consistently, and actually get a lot of first places on board as well. With their slaying ability, they do take those 3v3s in a very emphatic fashion. But I've heard some things being said between TSM and 100 Thieves and some sort of rivalry developing. Not really sure. We'll follow that one and get updates maybe later on in the season. For now, I think both of the teams just need to focus on trying to win this game, because doing so should win you the lobby if you have a few kills going alongside it. G2, they've already made it into the first circle, but they've still got some way to go if they want to get into the next one. But of course, they don't have that information just yet.
G2 just 3 points behind as well. Behind, excuse me. You can't be 3 points behind when you're not first. Anyway, I know what I'm trying to say. They're 3 points behind first place at the moment, and having been on top of the leaderboards for the majority of today's action, even though it is by the skin of their teeth, falling behind with only 1 game to play is certainly going to pile the pressure onto their shoulders a little bit. But I would say G2 a much better performance today than what we saw last time from them. It's good to see them back on form.
An amazing round 1, but as you said, the last time we saw them wasn't that great. BBG getting involved in a fight. Bubble has to come down from their oppositions, and BBG fighting out of the red. They are very much being held right now.
I wonder who this is on the other side of it. Is it going to be CLX, who have been trying to push them for quite some time? It looks like it might be. Good shots coming in from Tempest, but traded out. Wicked's going to be moving in now with the EVA 8. What season is this? Built by Gamers looking to close things out here, but look at that. Just poked out the door a little bit earlier than maybe you would have wanted to. It's a 1v1 here. BBG, no, you got to pop a syringe. You got to do something. Oh, and it's just not the finish you wanted to see. And CLX win the 2v3.
CLX and BBG, they were fighting each other for so long so that the Zone was able to come in and join the battle as the third party. But CLX come out on top, and we get a little bit more information of that next circle as well. It's moving back towards Lava Siphon, towards that tunnel area as well, which a team can reside next to Harvester if they'd like to. And one team already has. You can see they've got their Loba down, and they'll be probably staying there for quite some time. As for the other teams, they're going to have to make their way in and try and find some of these buildings. And there is still a lot of play available. Lava Siphon is completely open, really. If you look on the left-hand side, no one's banked on it just yet.
Not yet. TSM, though, interesting to point out here, had been held out, by a team up on that hill house. So they've got some moves to make. So have Esports Arena. And they're going to be just taking their time here. Obviously, they loot over here at Big Mord and Lava City, so they're going to be completely looking good as far as the inventory is concerned. As you can see, once again, Skittlecake's having a fully decked out Devo with a turbocharger included as Cloud9 make their play. Now, what is the play coming in here from Cloud9? Are they going to try and take that tunnel? You mentioned there might be a team actually inside of this choke. Are they going to get that passive information, or has that team moved out as they sway towards Harvester here?
I think there was a team just on the other side of this tunnel, so Cloud9 should be good on this side, but it depends if there's any teams in Harvester that might be looking down on them. Looks like they're okay for now, and they probably will take that choke, but they just need to be very careful that they don't overstep and extend too much out of the tunnel, because there is certainly a team nearby. You can see just there, they're going to be slightly above them when they come out of that choke point. But for now, they're okay, and that's good news for Cloud9 fans, because remember, they are tied on first with 100 Thieves right now.
And you can see just from Albrelelli the way he's moving through this choke as well, just checking the corners. Every single little decision that is made by every single player on these teams is going to add up to a final result for them with just, you know, a few more minutes left of Apex Legends action today. Renegades still inside of this snake building that I talked about a little bit earlier on. They have lost a couple of doors by the looks of things, which is a little bit frustrating. Just gives a line of sight in, and you have the ability for teams to maybe peek through, and a Kraven pops up later in the game. All these things that could happen, but also all these things that haven't happened quite yet. Here comes Esports Arena, though, and they are landing on top of Renegades here. So now they're going to have to maybe decide on something different. They're going to go for the big building, and there's a team inside of there as well. So ESA are going to have to bobble down low.
We've not seen the huge game from ESA yet that we've witnessed in previous rounds, but you know full well it is up their sleeves at any moment. And as you say, they've dropped on another team here, but they are just going to take the building and say, look, we'll live alongside you. We'll be happy neighbours. We don't need to fight. We can share a garden. Everything's going to be all right. This is the tunnel I was speaking of earlier. It's G2 who are actually having a contest in here.
Well, G2 got a couple of arc stars down. Shield cell going to be popped. Gentrified's taking a lot of damage. And it's actually Team Liquid on the other side of this, Dan. Poke battle between two teams are up at the top of the leaderboards at the moment. Team Liquid just 3 points behind G2. It's 5th and 6th going up against each other. And look at that control of the spray from the car coming in from Nocturnal.
Got to make sure you peek at the right time here and peek together. But also, you got to bait and switch. You need to be covering your teammates if you need to pop a bat or if you need to pop a couple of cells here or there. Neither team really trying to make any ground gainage at the moment, though. They're more than happy to be where they are. They're not trying to press each other unless there was a knock. I think that you're more than likely going to see both of them just back away and stall that fight out for as long as possible. But as I say that, G2, they will move away from it. And they say, look, there's no point entertaining that for too long. We're taking far too much noise. And let's just try and find a different position.
Hey, I tell you what, they might be coming in on Liquid on the other side of things, though, inside of this building in Lava Siphon. They have to be so careful. Liquid have given that building up now, and it's almost like a change places moment for the two teams as we see where that zone is going to be pulling. It's going to be just to the north of Lava Siphon. So the teams are going to have to look like fighting out in the open might be the final play for them. Renegades, who are inside of that building we were talking about, look to be involved in a little bit of a skirmish at the moment, and also, they're not going to be safe when that zone closes. TSM, I think, are still in Geyser, still just letting the lobby play out, and here are TSM. Now it's time for their move. This could be a huge moment in this game number 6.
XF have just lost one, and TSM are up into the sky, but they are getting bullets flying past their ears. Where do they go then? There's a lot of room to play with in that final circle, and there was an RV that was free if they could get into it, but Renegades also putting in even more damage now onto XZ. That's XZ have lost 2 players. They've got to be careful, otherwise they might be wiped.
Renegades doing what they can to hold their ground. Good shots coming in from the 30-30 repeater to take down some of those players from XZ. This is going to be so nervy for these players. Every single team that falls from the sky on your position, every single bullet that gets fired, you're wondering, like you mentioned earlier, is this 100 Thieves? Is this TSM? Is it C9? Who is it that is going to be surrounding us? How much does this fight matter to how the lobby turns out? For TSM, they found somewhere to play. It doesn't look like the most comfortable of positions, but for now, it's safe.
We see TSM in these positions so many times as well, where they've just found something out of nothing. But the trouble is, if one team just comes out, pokes their head out above them and notices TSM here, they are absolutely screwed. So they really need that ultimate to build up, have something to work with, make sure they've got bubbles to play with. They have been spotted, but you know what? There is enough obstacles that they can at least make it very difficult for teams if they do get spotted out and focused ever so slightly. What's important is they are in the next circle after round 3 closes, so I think they'll be more than happy with the position they are in once they get that information.
Well, there's a fight breaking out here on the edge of Harvester, and you can see that Cloud9 are looking at this and licking their lips. This is perfect opportunities here for Cloud9. Abralele is just going to wait. He's going to beam, but he's not going to be able to get the knock initially. But now he is as Casual goes down. Oh, Abralele! When you need a player to step up and make a play, pick up some KP. Alb's your man.
And that is probably the worst news for Casual as well, when they jet up into the sky and then they hear a charge rifle begin to beam them out of it. And Cloud9 will be more than happy to pick up a couple of free KP there too, to be precise, as now they look to try and finish it off and make it 3.
Could be able to pick up some of these downs as well, and that'll just be extra KP going over to them. TSM still under pressure under this bridge though. And there is a team above them, maybe thinking about having a little look. C9 involved as well on the other side of things, maybe just finishing off that final player alive, or certainly one of the final players alive. And now TSM, oh no, Imperial Hal's got to dodge back to his teammates. He's got a Phoenix kit to work with here. He's got 1 battery as well in the backpack, and that's something to talk about as well. TSM can't afford to take too much damage here. The kit is not looking good for heals for Hal.
This was my worry. When they got spotted out, you're at such a disadvantage if a team tries to focus you. And there's also going to be a lot of noise being made when they do shoot you, which is naturally going to draw the attention of others. I think it was Liquid that spotted them out. Yes, it was. But Liquid say, we'll have a look. We had a peek. We know you're there. We're letting our presence be known, so you're terrified. And we'll be back a little bit later, maybe to clean that up. But TSM, for now, will still be alive. But perhaps that little engagement might be enough for them to try and question where they position themselves in the future.
I mean, the crazy thing is, though, look at where the zone is pulling, and look at where TSM are located. They are about as central as you could possibly ask for. The only team at the moment who is inside of that circle. So incredible zone knowledge, maybe a little bit of fortune going their way. I'll let you at home decide. But for now, TSM, even though the position doesn't look like it has a huge amount of cover from some of the teams around, it's probably one of the best ones in the lobby.
It's a good position when you look at it objectively, yes. It's just whether they can win that engagement against Liquid. If they take the fight versus Liquid and they win, they set themselves up to maybe win this game. But if Liquid push it right and get some support from others in the lobby, then TSM could be wiped very quickly. So it's going to be teetering on the edge, really, as 15 squads now remain. And the circle will close and make this very difficult for a lot. But Renegades have got great vision from this area. But sooner or later, they will have to move closer to where TSM were.
Duplex is in the kill feed as well as ESA pick up a kill or a knock at least onto 100 Thieves. And that could really mix things up if ESA managed to take down 100 T. We'll have to see how that kill keeps going down. It's actually going to be C9 as well in the feed, as Zach Mazer uses his gas to pick up another knock onto Scurry. So C9 in problems, and so are Renegades on our screen right now.
I think the biggest thing for me is just looking at that kill feed, seeing 100 Thieves losing 2 players now, and they are on the brink of being wiped. Esports Arena on the other side of this. They were able to get the initial knock onto 100 Thieves and put them in these dangerous moments as Renegades still trying to do what they can, see if they can maybe get the wipe. Duplex still finding something onto Furia as well. A lot of teams being forced together right now.
Madness is going to retreat to his team as well, because he just saw half the lobbies inside of the building. Looking across him, and the last thing you want to do is over-peak there and be 1 to 4 from your team. And have to say, sorry boys, that's my bad, as ESA start to warm up a little bit here. Zach Mazer also in the kill feed for Cloud9, but Duplex is the POV we're watching right now from ESA. We mentioned how they're not too far behind that first place spot. They've already got 2 first place spots out of 2. Could this be a third as Duplex pops through the window and says hello?
100 Thieves are still alive. It's only 1 player that's gone down. They were able to get Omnu back up, and Omnu then just picked up a kill. So 3 KP for the leaders. Cloud9 looking on and also being a real nuisance with this charge rifle is Abralele. has the ultimate as well. The bombardment could be huge going into these next circles. They've got a really interesting position right now. It's very difficult for a lot of these teams to get a sight line on them and to do some damage as we refocus to TSM. As you mentioned, really good position when you look at this circle, but they're very hesitant to move and to be known because they really could be focused by Liquid, who were above them.
Got to be careful here. Head on a swivel. In every sense of the word. Liquid, I think TSM are going to be hoping that any team who moves up on them are going to be shot as they leave that tunnel. Albrelli goes down though, and it's going to be Team Liquid and Gildersons with some great shots from the wingman, who manages to take it down. And one thing about this position here for Cloud9 is you can get focused. Yes, you have lots of lines of sight, but now look, Noi's going to have to pop a battery. Albrelli's going to have to pop a battery, and thank goodness for C9 fans that they do have the Caustic in the arsenal, because he's given them a little bit of a block of vision. Vaxlon now last player alive for 100 Thieves as well. He needs to go huge. 100 Thieves out.
100 Thieves out. Remember, they were tied for the lead, so that's amazing news for the likes of Cloud9, Renegades, TSM, and Team Liquid, who are chasing even ESA.
One down for TSM.
They're in a sniff. Oh, and TSM, they've been focused.
Reps is trying to survive. It's Verholst who is down for now. The portal's going to be popped by How. He needs to pop it quickly. Oh, and he wasn't quick enough. As Reps will go down, How is left as the last player alive here for TSM, and TSM are out as well.
TSM down, 100 Thieves down, Cloud9 also in a spot of bother. Need to get this ultimate down and play around with these bubbles. G2 come in to tear through. Could they ruin the party for all of these teams at the top?
G2 are just looking on everyone at the moment. They've walked in from this side of the zone, and they are the only team to do so. So they have the opportunity to pick up kills. That's going to be knocked from ESA, who goes down as well. So G2 picking up the kills, and they eliminate Esports Arena. G2 stepping up in Game 6 here, and they have control of this side of the circle too.
That's 100 Thieves, Renegades, TSM, G2 have managed to knock 3 of them out and certainly look like the favourites right now. GeForce trying to be a nuisance. 5 squads remaining. They should be able to slow this down, as with ESA also wiped, G2 look like favourites right now. It's G2 versus Cloud9 in the last 4. Who can get the victory? Who can get the most kills here?
Little bit of breathing space here for all the teams, even though their hearts are going to be going at 1,000 miles an hour, 1,000 beats per second. It's going to be a push on this low ground team coming in from C9. Albrelli will go down. And was this a risk worth the reward? They get the kills, but Albrelli got finished on the ground. So C9 make the push to take the team down on the low ground, but they lose their Gibraltar, and how that could hurt them heading into this endgame.
And remember, C9 had a 3-point lead over G2 coming into this, so very much kill points going to come into the equation. Cloud9 currently on 61, but down to just 2. They've got 7 KP from this game. G2 are currently on 54, so they really need a victory here, and they need to wipe out Cloud9 in the means.
Oh, and Gent's going to get that nade down, going to do a little bit of damage. He gets the stick, and now he's going to push in as well to try and finish things off. Has to back up, uses the gas to do so. C9, 2 players alive. G2 at the top of the screen, you can see as well, we're going to be forced to move in. But they might have a bubble fight. And as crazy as this might sound, with Cloud9 down to just 2, they could be the last team to fight here, Dan.
If Cloud9 are the last team to fight, they could maybe walk away with some extra placement points, which is what they need. Even just a couple of kill points could help them out here, and there could be the first one. Get that finish ASAP if you are naughty, because G2 are going to come in and clean this up.
G2 are moving in. G2 might be able to pick up the win. Shots on the player down on the floor. 3 squads remaining, and I'm pretty sure that G2 in the final game will have that game made easy for them. But I tell you what, to work their way into that position, to keep their cool, and to execute in those final moments, G2 deserve the win. And I think they will be top after we finished.
It's close. Honestly, it is so close because of the KP that Cloud9 was able to pick up. Ooh. G2 were 3 points behind going into it. I can't wait to see these leaderboards, because honestly, I was trying to work it out, and I was those last kills, because of the way the observer works, we didn't even see who those kills went to, who they were credited to, and it could be down to just 1 or 2 kills that actually make the difference between Cloud9 and G2 here. Let's take a look at these points.
Oh,
G2 get 16, Cloud9 get 22, and that will mean Cloud9 will do enough to win this lobby.
Oh my word! What a game from Cloud9, by the way. And I just wonder if Noi, as last player alive there, managed to just pick up a couple of extra KP on his own just to finish off it down, whatever it might have been. That could have been the difference across 6 games of Apex Legends today. Cloud9, 22 points. A big game from them. G2 with the win, but as you say, It doesn't look like it might be enough for G2. C9 may have just held on to first place with that 22-point bomb.
Yeah, they do hold on to it. I can confirm it. I'm doing the maths in my head. I don't need to, because Cloud9, they were ahead of G2 coming into this. No one else in the top 5 gets even close with the points total, so C9 will walk away with a win. A disappointing end for TSM, who were in a really good position, but unfortunately just too many teams focused them at one time. You could say the same for the 100 Thieves as well. They dropped short in match number 6, but what a day it's been, and what a set of games for it to be that close and to come down just to one push, one set of kills between these teams that are in the top 5. Every single time we saw in the kill feed one of these top teams lose a player, it was a heart-in-mouth moment for any fan of these squads.
It certainly was. We'll take a look at the stats of the G2 squad, who just picked up the win in that final game. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to pick up the win in the lobby overall, but you got to give a shout out to Jetner at the end as well. 1.4k damage for the Valkyrie. Designful just in behind him with 632 damage, but certainly navigating his way through that game extremely well in those final moments. But I mean, what a day it has been, Dan. I think you summed it up perfectly. It has been probably the most competitive lobby we've seen so far. All of the big teams in the running as we go into Game 6. And that's what we want to see, right? We want to see it come down to these final moments. And you have to say C9 were the ones who held their nerve.
If I'm worried when I'm watching a last circle, then you know full well the players are worried, and I'm sure fans of those squads are kind of holding everything together and hoping that their team is able to break through in those last moments as well. But just amazing kind of confidence that we're seeing from these teams to make certain pushes, to go for certain plays, especially in lobbies that are this closely contested. It's a shame for G2, of course, that they won't win the entire lobby, but still, top 2, second place, that's plenty of points. That's going to put them even further in the overall leaderboards when we think about getting towards playoffs.
Well, let's bring Kate back into the conversation now, because I'm going to be honest with you, after that Game 6, Kate, I've got to catch my breath for a few seconds, because that was nuts.
I was going to say, Dan, I think I saw you make this is where we saw you when you came back on camera, and I was like, oh boy. Oh, that is an end circle, the likes of which we love to see, to be sure. And while we take a look at these Match 6 highlights, I want you to weave me a story, a nice story that has us expecting this final match to really showcase the TSMs, the 100 Thieves, some of these ESAs, these big top-tier teams. But once again, the consistency, Gaskin, of the G2s and the C9s really showcase themselves in this match particularly.
I'm just glad that one of the top teams stepped up, because this game could have fizzled out where all of the top teams tried a little bit too hard, bailed, one of the lower teams popped up, and then suddenly we're going, oh, well, who got 2 kills in the game? No, C9, they held strong, G2, they held strong, and both of them gave themselves the best opportunity they could to win this entire thing. But when you've got a lobby where there's only like 5 points separating 6 or 7 teams who all know how to play the game, who all know how to rotate accordingly, you are always going to get these very nerve-ending matches, and it's a delight to watch.
Absolutely. And Onset, I want to go back to something real quick while we think about this final game here, as of course we look to the future, because this is the end of our first round robin turnaround? I don't know how that's called. Anyway, the first part of our round robin, our double round robin, starts next, which is going to be great. But as we talk about that, I want to real quick go back to something Gaskin said earlier on in this tournament, which is that fight or flight scenario that involves rats. We saw a couple of different times throughout these 6 matches where some of these top teams, I'm thinking, you know, the moment that TSM was really put on their heels by one rat, the number of different times we've seen rats go through and possibly make their way through into better kill placement points. Just placement points. Anyway, Onset, help me out here. Talk to me a little bit about that fight or flight scenario, especially on a map like Storm Point, where the verticality is such an issue.
I mean, recognizing when you're the last player alive in a team fight and having the ability to escape, sometimes you got to think, I'd love to help my teammates a little bit more, but they've just both gone down. I have some shields left. I know that they haven't done the damage I need to. And you're kind of doing a little bit of mathematics in your head, right? Like, if I have, say, whatever it might be, 400 HP, and the team I'm going up against still has 708, I'm not going to win that. So you've got to give it up. You've got to just try and escape. And you can do that a little bit towards the end circles because you have multiple teams around. If you can, and then if you survive in those few moments, all of a sudden the team that's fighting you might get focused. You can pick up an extra placement point. You might be able to find another rat or influence another team fight that's going down. So it's that momentary recognition of when do I leave this fight and have to give it up to try and survive and get points in any way I can to push the teams up the leaderboards. You saw how tight it was today at the leaderboards at the end of it. One of those decisions could have been the thing that changed it all.
Absolutely, and I love the timing of Apex. It is certainly one of the silver bullets to keep teams in or out. Oh, timing is so good, and I love to watch it. Speaking of leaderboards, though, let's take a look at ours and find out if Gaskin's math was correct, which I'm sure it is because he's better at it than I am. GG, Gaskin, GG.
It's almost like there's an in-game counter that tells most of it for me, and I just have to do very minimal math, which is always a good scenario. Cloud9 on 69 points. G2, unfortunately, falls short even despite the victory. 100 Thieves dropped down 1, but Esports Arena popped themselves into the top 4 on 50 points. So they didn't have the biggest and best of weeks, but they're consistent enough to still be in that conversation. Unfortunately, TSM dropped down to 6th, but that's how close all of this was, right? Like, just a couple of places were determined by 1 or 2 kills, or even just 1 extra placement.
Absolutely. Onset, I also want to talk real quick about some of these teams that we are seeing pop off. Nightmare is a good example. Even Bad Boys, you know, who came in and said, no, we'll be part of this conversation. We'll take match number 2, please. Nightmare took match number 1. We'll make this lobby our own.
Yeah, I think Stormpoint gives the opportunity maybe for some teams to do that as well. You know, if you find yourself in a position where you can really influence those final moments, you can live and you can survive, then you have the opportunity maybe as a quote-unquote less experienced team to put that kind of damage in. But I also want to give a shout out to Renegades. I think Renegades, you know, they made the change, Madness has come in, and that's the first time we've really seen them return to the kind of form we would expect from that roster. So a good performance from Renegade, showing that upward trajectory that you need to, as you say, heading towards that second round robin round of games. I don't know the phrase either, Kate, I'm going to be honest with you. Second lot of games, second time we go round, I don't know, but they're looking good.
They are looking good indeed. I was a big fan of Renegades today for sure. Well, let's take a look. Yesterday, we got to see some of these teams in our overall, but guess what? Today, we get to see the full overall schedule, the full overall leaderboard, and what this has mean for where we are today. Guess what, though, Gaskin? ESA still on top, but not by much.
But that shows how important it was, right, that they were able to push themselves up into that top 4 and get those extra points for these overall season standings, so they can stay that little bit ahead of NRG and make sure that as long as after these next round robins they play the same way, they should go in with the most points possible into playoffs, because of course with match point format you get those extra points if you are in first place, but NRG definitely close to taking that from them. Elsewhere, you've got to focus on the top 10, of course. Those are going to be the main places that these teams in this screen are going to be looking at. Liquid and Complexity, the closest to fighting against each other, just 1 point in that. But it is very close the further you get down that leaderboard. And even when we start to look at the other side, when you look at relegation and you look at those who aren't going to make it, I'm sure there is still lots to play for down there as well.
You're absolutely right, Nonset. As a reminder, everybody sees the, to Gaskin's point, green is good, yellow is... and red is
I don't know how you spell those last two, but you are right. I think everyone at home will understand where you're coming from with that. But Renegade certainly will have jumped up a few places with their performance today. And when I saw Complexity's name there, just outside of the teams who are going to be, you know, in that top 10, my mind just drifted back to yesterday. Monsoon's play. It was Monsoon versus the World, and I still don't quite know how he won that. And then I remember it's Monsoon, and he just does nutty stuff like that. So if you did miss that, go back and check the VOD yesterday, because it was one of the best individual players I think we've seen in quite some time in Apex.
Well, what a great thing to bring up on set right before my segue, to mention that today's lobby, well, it was intense. And no one knows that better than the players rising to the top of this pro league here. And of course, rising under the pressure of elite play. But who deserves a little bit more of that spotlight? Well, our analysts have you covered. Okay, Onset, I'm looking at you. Talk to me about who it was that you had in your sights today. Who was exciting?
I'm going with a kill-stealing, bubble healing, 30-30 repeating Gibby with a gun. His name is Albralele, and the man was popping off today for C9. I loved watching him play. The amount of damage that we saw in his stats after games, every single game, it was unbelievable, and it was the consistency of it. And one thing I loved about, I mentioned this at the start of this split for C9, there was a lot of change in who was playing what legend, right? And I love the fact that Albralele took it upon himself to say, do you know what? I know I'm mechanically gifted. I know I can do this insane stuff that nobody else can do, but I'm going to play the Gibraltar. I'm going to be the glue for the team. And you can see why here. The way that he was playing around and he had his two teammates playing around him today was the secret to a lot of their success. And he was also just doing so much damage and picking up kills on edge of zone and doing like we were seeing in that game number 6 that really did have an impact. Also, in the game that they won, I think it was game number 4 or 5, where he used that Nox gas and saved it right until that last moment. That just shows, you know, a little bit of professionalism to keep you calm in those big moments.
I love it. Any kind of stinky gas helps me out. I love that so much in game. It's so much fun to watch. Gaskin, talk to me a little bit about who it was that had your heart today.
Difficult. There was a lot of players that could have been in this segment that we could have highlighted. I'm going to go for Duplex from Esports Arena. I mean, I think that Esports Arena have been a standout team for the last week or so. And Duplex, I want to give him some love because it's another Gibraltar player. But when we talk about that fight or flight moment, right, where do you run away, do you stay? As a Gibraltar, you very rarely get the opportunity to run because you are a big guy who is an easy target. Duplex, he holds his ground, and today and previous days as well, he is always a player who just manages to get that damage done, often with a Mastiff or any automatic weapon that he has in his hands as well. He stays, he fights, he gets his teammates back up. Having a gold backpack so many times as well has really helped this team stay alive, and probably why we've seen Esports Arena find so much consistency. There are a couple of times we could have seen ESA drop down in maybe 12th or 13th places, but Duplex was quite often the last remaining player, got the kills, got his team back up, they stayed alive and they carried on. So a lot of love for the Gibraltar players today, it would seem.
They are getting the love, and we appreciate the Gibbies for sure. One thing we also appreciate, kills. Let's take a look at the kill leaderboard and see where our pros stacked up here. Onset, there you go. I guess you see ESA at the top for a reason.
Yeah, you see ESA at the top for a reason, but I think this kill leaderboard's a great indication of what we've seen today, right? I mean, everybody is so close. Nobody really like popping off in a way where they're standing out amongst the crowd. I mean, Duplex and Knocked, big kills for them for Esports Arena, which are important today because Esports Arena placement-wise didn't do what they normally do, so they had to pick up the kills alongside it to keep themselves in the contention and up in the leaderboard, so to speak. But all of C9 there in the top 10, I think that's tells a story as well.
It does indeed. Well, remember to keep these players in mind, specifically if you're watching in that multi-view. I gotta love that here for the second half of our second split as it unfolds here in the ALGS North American Pro League. Well, there are a lot of things to say, and certainly me making the mention about like Godzilla versus Kong at the beginning, and now having exactly this feels this, and I'll maybe this is a question for you, Gaskin. Did today's tournaments feel a little different than the rest that we have had in the last few days?
Yes, I do think they did feel a little bit different. I think the reason was because we didn't have a clear leader going into any of the matches, really. Like, anyone could have won it, whereas most of the other match days, we've had someone who should win the match, and even though there's been the possibility of others catching them, I just think the difference in how close it was made it very different indeed. I just wonder, Kate, do you know any other Titans apart from Godzilla and Kong? Because, you know, you talk about Godzilla, you talk about Kong, but then...
Mothra!
How much further can you go, all right?
Mecha Godzilla. Mothra, I looked it up earlier. I apologize. That's the truth.
I know Sharkosaurus or whatever it is, that film. It's the only one I know. Is that even a thing? Sharkosaurus? If it's not, I've trademarked it and I'm making a film on it, so don't steal that, everyone.
That's right. Speaking of things we don't want to steal, because that's a segue I could use. Either way, someone I do want to steal on any Apex team I'm involved with, but I love watching in the Pro League, is a guy named Zach Mazer. You know him, you love him. C9's own. Well, he's with Tom right now for a little bit of chat post-game. Tom, over to you.
Let's be honest, the only Titans y'all know are Attack on Titan, because we're just straight-up gamers over here. Zach Mazer, happy birthday, man. You're still recovering from that great meal 5 days ago, aren't you?
That was a lot of food. That was a lot of fun with my friends.
Well, congratulations, man. What a big dub for you guys today. Now, we all know that you were playing Horizon for quite some time. Switching on over to Loba and Caustic, also for each map doing something different. Can you kind of break down that thought process and how it worked out for you?
Yeah, Caustic kind of does very similar things to Horizon in the way that we use him. So we kind of just inserted the Horizon playstyle with Caustic, and it was just a better pick for us, and that works.
And I am probably the worst Loba in the history of gaming. So I'm not going to give anyone any advice on Loba. I'm hitting the film. It is unbelievable what I managed to pull off with that character. I'm lost. So I got to learn too. But hey, brand new to it, like you said. So there definitely is. This is expected, I guess.
There was a time where on your screen in Storm Point, and you kind of took an angle to go fight 3 players. You tossed your bracelet out. You did a little strafe left and right, and got right back to your teammates as fast as possible. I'm not sure if you remember that one, but hey, I thought that you played amazing today. Congratulations, 2 wins on the day, man. Both on different maps. Both times you had to defend your POI. How tough was this lobby today, and what was it about those 2 games that helped you guys get the dub?
I mean, this might be like, I'm sure there's stats somewhere where we could look at them and find out, but this is probably like the closest top-heavy ALGS maybe ever for a finals lobby. I have the stats right here. I've never seen an end game where, what is that? We have like 7 teams all within 3 points of each other going into the final game. Like, that's unbelievable, and they're all really high-tier teams. So it's literally anyone's game, and that's where you really see the teams that are like gonna have nerves and shit like that, because I mean, you pretty much just played 5 games for no reason. You just played 5 games for no reason, and whether you're getting 1st or 8th is all in this last game. And oh man, if you're IGLing or the fragger or the Gibby player, like all you want to do is just not mess it up. So the nerves there were crazy, but we ended up pulling through. We played really well. We definitely made some really embarrassing mistake at the end, but we played the rest of the game really well and made up for it with kills. It's kind of what we're known for, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I had big playoff vibes today. Would you kind of say the same? We didn't have any teams of 50 points after 5 games. Very close in terms of top heavy with all these top teams. And then when you saw how it was kind of playing out over towards the end, like you said, you guys got those kill points. G2, they were kind of playing for the win. They did get that win, but they just didn't have enough kill points to go and catch up to y'all, which is very very unlike G2 compared to how they normally play. So I was just catching big playoff vibes. What about you?
I'm not sure. I'll be able to give you an answer after I watch the day back through the map, but it felt like a mix of like maybe everyone had a really good day or maybe everyone had a really bad day. I'm not sure which one it is, but it is definitely one. It's very unlike ESA to have their best placement be a 4th place. To see, 100 Thieves, Renegades, TSM, G2, ESA, TL, even freaking NM and Exit are all the way up there. Like, I don't know. I won't necessarily say that everyone played good today and it was like playoff vibes, because I'm not sure. It was one or the other. You're definitely right, but I can say that we did not play good today. I mean, we won with 69 points, and one of our wins was 24 points, and then we had that game was like another 25 points or something, which makes up like 85% of our points. I mean, we started out the day with 2 0-point games. We had a really bad game on World's Edge as well, where Naughty had an insane 1v4 that will be on every social media platform. That was insane. So I don't know. It was a mix of something.
Yeah, speaking about your teammates, what do you have to say about Naughty and Albrille? Maybe for someone that doesn't really know about what C9 does, can you give a little bit of background what makes your team so special?
Between Naughty and Al, excluding me, on any given day, either one of them will just carry the entire team. Like, you'll see games where Alb will just straight up 1v3 a squad, and then you'll have games where Naughty 1v4 is a squad, and there's not many other teams like that. I would say maybe ESA and maybe NRG with Nate only have dynamics like that, where they just have these players that consistently will 1v3 the other top teams in the league just from one small mistake happening. They're insane. I mean, Alb, a lot of people already know this. This is old news, but we didn't plan on Al playing Gibby. We didn't plan on any of that, but he's really fit into the role well and really accepted what he's going to do on the team. And he's really climbing the ranks of Gibby players. Definitely some troll moments in that last game, jumping down alone. But outside of that, he's really playing his role great. And Naughty's doing the same shit he always does. He's just killing everything. 7 kills in that last game really brought us that dub.
And then maybe not a lot of people that know about PvP and your coach there. What does he do for your team, and what's it like having a former pro player come in and help fill that role and maybe be that 4th player for your team?
I mean, people aren't going to agree with me on this, but that's fine. That's kind of, I guess, what I'm known for. But I think a coach in BR is unexplainably important, almost just as important as like a League of Legends or Valorant game. A coach in this game is worth more than Dottie, me, or Alb. Like, people are unexplainably undervaluing what these people are capable of doing for you. Now, how you utilize them and what they do for the team varies a lot. Like, I've heard Hal's take on his coach and having G-Dolphin in the past and how he's not sure how valuable they are. Or like on our team, it's like PvP does everything. I mean, everything. It is unbelievable what he does for the team. I think having a coach is unbelievably valuable. I will also add on to it, though, that Apex is still a young enough game and there aren't enough retired players or ex-players that are better than, Hal, or better than Sweet, or better than Design, or better than myself or Nocturnal at IGLing, right? So when you're finding these coaches, it's really important to use them for a lot of like analyst work, because the coaching can be a little tricky when you might be able to IGL better than that person. So that's where the coaching gets a little iffy, but the analyst work that they can do is unbelievable.
I think it's hard to argue with that, Zach. Congratulations on a fantastic day. I know you guys said you didn't play your best, but hey, it was one hell of a night of Apex for Apex fans out there. We're going to toss this one back on over to Kate at the desk. Everyone, have a good night.
Well, a huge thank you to Zach for that really fascinating look at their in-game leader, at their strat. My gosh, Gaskin, I feel like there's so many things that we could take and take little snippets of and put out on Twitter and go, yeah, this is how you play, this is what you do, and this is the mindset to keep.
It's also how you do an interview as well. Hats off to anyone who can put an interview out like that and just be very honest. He thinks they played bad, and I think that, as commentators, we always try and focus on the good things. Sometimes we'll highlight some bad plays, but I think he hit the nail on the head, where it wasn't a case of everyone playing amazing today, so it was so closely contested, but no one really finding that intense consistency that we've seen from certain teams, which is why we went into Game 6 with nothing mattering before, as he put it. Like, okay, it mattered for some of the lower teams who were fighting for those placements, but for those top 6, 7 teams, like, they should have been able to win that from Game 4 if they had found the consistency that we've seen in previous weeks, but no one did, and that's what made it so exciting. That's why entertainment was there for us, and that's the reason why they played 1 to 5 today, because it put on entertainment value for all the fans and us here.
Absolutely, and I love what Tom mentioned on set about reminding ourselves that playoffs are a match point game, and if this was that, we've only gotten to 50 points after 6 matches, I should say. So an interesting consideration when you look at what the playoffs mean for our championship.
I think it leads into what Dan was saying and what Zach was saying as well, right? The fact that nobody really popped off means that, there's that consistency and there's a battle between teams now where when they are at their top level, who is going to be able to put up a huge amount of points quickly? Match point, it's difficult almost to compare it to this format because I feel like it is a lot different. There's a lot different ways to play it. And I think, heading towards playoffs, I think the greatest thing that we can see from this group is that our top teams are vying at a similar level. It's going to take someone to have an unbelievable day to call themselves champs.
Well, that's a great point. And speaking of unbelievable days, Onset, the talent predictions are in. And I just am going to sit here and wait,
hey,
what?
We're joint winners, Kate.
Wait, are we the big winners?
Have you noticed?
Oh,
by the way,
I thought you were going to, because you were...
I want to point something out here, Kate. I'm sorry to take the floor here, but I will say that every single team I've picked as a prediction so far has won a match day. No one else can say that.
Wow.
Maybe someone else can say that, but I said it with enough confidence that maybe people will believe it.
Kate, we talk about consistency, right? We talk about good weeks, bad weeks. Mark is just, usually terrible, but he's had an all-right week today. Like, he's only beaten us by 5. Like, well done.
Win's a win.
You were okay. You got the win, but, it's an average points. Average points across the season. I was only 5 points behind you. You look back at other days where I got 30, 40 extra. Like, I get the big dubs.
Can't hear you up here on this first place podium. You're just below me on that.
Yeah, it's a temporary placement.
It's not even second, is it? But it's just last.
It's
temporary medal.
Yeah. What they said. Either way, let's keep this party train going, and that means it's time to talk about the next time you're going to see these faces on, and that will be this coming Thursday, 5 p.m. Pacific. That is it's not 1 a.m., 12 a.m. GMT. More NA action. It's the continuation of our double round robin format, which means we get to see these two groups go up against each other yet again. Those will be a little bit later, but our first two groups will face each other this coming Thursday at 5 p.m. Woo! It's going to be exciting. 5 p.m. Pacific. Exactly. And hey, you know what? The excitement continues. And remember, all of this great content isn't just here on our broadcast for our tournament days. No, friends. Twitch.tv/PlayApex. But of course, Twitter has our Play Apex Esports. Our Play Apex Esports on YouTube. That's where you're going to see some incredible series. You're going to see some great commentary, some endgame circles. Everything you need to be a better player is right there. It's going to be fabulous for sure. And at this point, I'm going to say a huge thank you to our cast, to our crew, and of course a huge thank you to the players and the teams that came out swinging in today's lobby and kept us guessing all the way to the end. So until next time, this is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League for North America, and we'll see you later.